Hello, hello. Oh my god. What a morning, guys. Well, it's afternoon for you, but the it's still morning for me. I feel like this morning never ended. Uh okay, guys, we have a lot of things to look at today. And I am sick, so we'll see how long we continue, but I was sick rather, and it's better now, but it's still how how it is. There's still some lingering effects. Chat is so silent, dude. I am streaming, right? I see viewers and stuff, but I don't see any movement in chat. Someone say hi. Oh, there we go. Okay. Because it did happen in the past where I was streaming for multiple minutes, but it was like I was streaming to my private channel, for my test channel, and I was like streaming, talking about things, suspiciously silent in the chat, and then I looked a bit into it and never spoke about it again to anyone. This is me confessing it. Finally weekend, dude. Time to close all the work and then do this. Did you ever consider adding mode to your healing roster or asking him to join? Yeah, I think we did in the past, but I think he's only like interested in M+. That's what I remember. Didn't he join Method and fail his trial, or was that another healer? Or maybe he joined another team, or it was again another healer. I remember like a really good M+ healer joining a raiding guild and then failing their trial. Did Hank leave? Not yet. I don't know what's public about Hank, so I'm not gonna talk more about it. I think you're talking about IAIA. Could be. I heard of that as well. I heard of the name as well, but I don't know. I feel like Momo was the case as well. Maybe he joined the guild and he didn't like it. I don't know. I just remember that he's like anti-raiding, and we've considered it and it didn't work out for whatever reason. My headset is beeping. What was that? What sound did you guys just hear? Because I didn't hear that. Wait, is that me playing my headset? Yeah, what did you just hear? There was a sound that I'm not hearing, but you... Oh, because my headset is out of battery. Okay, never mind, guys. It's fine. I'm stupid. Blip sound. Interesting. Wait, I'm gonna... maybe try it later again. I don't think he wants Momo in a raid. He can't play it with mouse overs. Oh, yeah, maybe I heard of that as well, actually, yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean... It's hard to get someone into raiding if they're not interested, right? Does Mode stream? I think he does, right? I don't know, bro. I think the only reason why people like, okay, I don't want to say the only reason they prefer M+, but like I think raiding is more fun. Just like objectively, it's just the barrier to entry is higher. Like when you're in a raid versus when you're in M+, I think guaranteed raiding is more fun. I'm talking about progress rating. Actually, farm. Yeah, I guess if you consider that you have to farm rate for so long, but you can still push keys during farm period, I guess you could say a plus is overall more fulfilling. But I don't think compared to progress rating, I don't think anything compares like with M plus. Like it's never better. I'm actually so surprised when people like prefer M plus over rating. It doesn't make sense. No heroic this week. I decided not to do it, man. I don't know. I guess I need the boots technically, but don't know. Maybe we do just a soul hunter or something. Unless you of course play Fellowship #ad. I mean that's a different game. I don't know the details of that, you know. But I'm talking about WoW. But I prefer raiding over dungeons. Over like mainly like I wouldn't say Destiny 2, for example. I think dungeons are still fine. Or even WoW dungeons are also fine. It's just I don't like the idea of pushing endlessly. I mean, okay, I need to rephrase. You guys are baiting me into statements, actually. I do like M+. I just like raiding more. Progress raiding more. And I like progress dungeoning as well. But I think M+ is too repetitive eventually in comparison to a new raid, right? And that's why I was always a big fan of like a really hard dungeon that you need to progress for days. That would be really cool, I think. But yeah, I do like M+. I just like other things more. I don't think M+ is bad or anything. Yeah. Okay. Now that we got the debates out of the way. Quick 6 out of 8 angle. I mean, I don't think I need anything other than Soul Hunters, or? Oh, I guess I do need a Raz Ritual Forge. I don't have this trinket, but I mean, we can get it on Mythic next week. I mean, tomorrow. So I can go. And then here, I don't need anything either. Nah, I don't think it's worth it, bro. I mean, it would be worth in terms of like warming up, I guess. I don't know. I want to try to do more interesting things. I can also pug like heroic raids and stuff off stream. It's actually weird. It's easier for me to pug raids than pugging M+, because when you go into M+, you're locked in for 30 minutes. When you're in a raid, you can leave any time. It's like acceptable, and the only time you don't leave is mid-pull. So I only lock myself ever for like 6-7 minutes. So it's a lot easier for me to pug raiding, like, I don't know, in a break or, you know, whatever it is. Scratch it and plus shit, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying, dude. You got me. That's a good summary. That's a good AI summary there from Shakuri. My goat. Okay, guys, we have an interview to look at from Preach and Ian that released 2 days ago. And then we need to look at the alpha stages that Blizzard released. I didn't actually look at the whole picture. I don't know when raid testing is, for example. They announced alpha is on the 1st or 2nd or something. Need to look at that as well. Plus, we have the deep dive. I mean, I don't know. Oh, shit. I just minimized everything. Next week, I might even proc a stream midweek, actually, because there's just so much coming out on Wednesday, right? I might just send the stream on Wednesday or Thursday or whatever, whenever I can. Actually, let me check that quickly as well. I'm curious now. Yeah, maybe I pop Wednesday and Thursday 2 streams and then skip a weekend stream or something and work on the weekend instead. And skip my free day as well. That could be the play. Wait, chat disappeared. There you are. What is happening? Alpha, Midnight Alpha is coming out. Isn't it October 1st or something? Oh wait, am I actually wrong? Is it a different date? Hold up. Okay, I think it's time to first I'll get away from this weird dwarf that's making sounds. And then we go to... It's so easy to leak things, holy fuck. To be careful. Okay. Let's go. This, I don't know what it is, but WoW Alpha. Where is the date?
Sound resumed. Sound muted.
WoW Alpha release is next week Turbo Boost or week after. I'm gonna check that as well, bro. But midnight Alpha release date. Tell me the... Yeah, begin October 2nd, guys. The day after the deep dive. So we gotta listen to the deep dive, get angry, digest that. Then we need to go into the alpha and then hopefully become happy again. And the alpha is on the 2nd, so... Okay, then... Man, definitely a lot of shit. I need to look at this shit anyways. So, technically, I am working by streaming. I'm working for Echo, in fact. This is a duty as a CEO for me to look at the alpha and all the deep dive stuff to plan our events in the best way possible and make sure all our partners are represented in the best way in the next races. As a co-CEO, I will take on this duty, and I will need to lay some work aside. Some reports will need to wait to partners, you know, some hiring decisions. And instead, I'll have to just look at this deep dive and the alpha release and, you know, how the new DH class is looking, just to make the best decisions for the company, you know? Let's go. Will you make a list which add-ons will be influenced by midnight? Oh, yeah, dude. I actually want to also make a list, dude, of all the UI shit that needs to get fixed. And it's just there and is annoying the shit out of me. Like, they're gonna rehaul a lot of the UI, right? I'm sure, with the add-ons and stuff, or add a lot of things. They might as well change it so that you can move people properly in a raid group. You know, shit like that. Yeah, I don't know what else I dislike on the UI. Sometimes, like, when you invite someone that is in a group, it converts you into a group, and then that person cannot invite you back. Okay, that's a bug. It's not a UI thing, but the UI of that is also confusing. It says you're in a group when you're not in a group. I think you can even leave the group, but even though you're alone, and you're not like in a raid or anything either. Like, let me try to invite someone that's in a group. Hold up. How do I do that, actually? I'll need to, like, see a person in a group and then invite them. Surely Gub is in a group. Yeah, he's an Operation Gub. Yeah. Invite Gub FFS, look. Look, I became a leader. And now it canceled. Do you see that? I became a leader for a second. Whisper Gub. Ignore it. Testing something. Like, what the hell, you know? Just say he's in a group. Don't make a group and then he can't invite me because I invited him. Like, some weird shit is happening there. And then I get an alert saying, you aren't in a party, you aren't in a party, you aren't in a party. I don't know if that's an add-on. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I think it's an add-on that's trying to leave the fake party I've created. Something is detecting that this is a bug and leaving it. Back then, this didn't exist, so that you would have to manually leave your party or wait for the invite to time out so that your party would dissolve. But anyways, a lot of bugs, a lot of weird UI shit in the game. Also, like the dancing LFG thing. I plan on making a stream for that where I disable all add-ons and we look for all the UI shit we need, and also UI shit we need fixed. And then maybe we create a nice summary for the WoW devs. I've been there for years, that bug group thing. Oh, yeah. It's been there for a long time. A long time. And a lot of people don't know, and it's so annoying. I mean, I don't know if now some add-ons are auto leaving this group, because clearly it dissolved really quickly, or if Blizzard is doing this. I don't know what's going on there. But back then people wouldn't know, so they would invite you by mistake, and then you would have to time out because they have no idea what they were doing, and they didn't know why you could invite them. It's just like, I'm so tired of this shit, you know? Why is this happening? I want to be able to copy chat settings from other characters. True, that's true as well. That is such a weird thing that doesn't exist, yeah. You have to recreate your chat logs every time, right? I mean, I know that doesn't exist in Classic. I didn't think that didn't exist in Retail, not gonna lie, because I didn't create a new character since a long time. But yeah, that's true. Anyways, that's a separate topic. Let's start with the Preach Ian interview, guys. Also, sorry, like I said, no DMCA. Okay, randomly a music video came out, dude. What the fuck? Oh wait, it's actually I have it open here. Okay. What did I want to say now? Oh yeah, I am sick, so every now and then I'll like clean my nose or something. I'll just turn my camera off if I do that, or if I need to cough a lot or something. Okay, don't panic. Okay, let us get it.
Going.
That's very loud. Sorry.
What's our next evolution?
Get some tea. I did request one from my dear wife, but if she finds a time between putting one baby asleep and taking care about the other child, then she'll do it. I'm sure. I trust her. But we'll see if we get it or not. It's a proc. Yeah. It's a request. You put in a request, it either happens or it doesn't. It's what it is, you know?
And what's the next big feature? I mean, we're getting armor dies, right?
It has been chaos at PG recently.
Echo Jersey represent. At this point, why is Preach not under Echo, actually? I don't even know. Probably too expensive to get all the sponsors on him. But otherwise, thank you for representing, sir.
Between the race to world first, casting at Gamescom, having to skip an interview with Yoshi P, my wife then having surgery, and of course, someone literally ripping our internet cable off the side of the building. It's been a nightmare. We're a bit behind, but we're getting caught up because while I was in Germany, I got to see and do some very cool things.
Yeah, so what happened is while we were in Germany, Blizzard was like, can we get some of your casters to the Gamescom? And then we had some casters every now and then go to Gamescom and also cast there, and we had to like schedule that.
That are looking at the Shroud of Midnight and what happens beyond. On official scales, even though I talked to a lot of the devs off camera, I got to sit down with Ian Hazacostas and Maria Hamilton, where we discussed not just Midnight stuff, but where WoW is going in the future. Let's go.
The trailer. Oh, that trailer. Mixed reviews. I'm sad to say I'm in the camp of, I was so hyped for it too. I loved the War Within trailer, and now they could unleash an actual...
Fate. I think I didn't see this trailer, by the way. This released mid-race, right?
war.
I don't
It should
remember
have been
this.
Amazing. Graphically, it's good.
Did I see this?
But I got to see it live. Kind of. While I couldn't head over to Gamescom for it as I was casting for Echo, we did watch it as it happened. It was broadcast way later than expected.
By the way, guys, quick story about this. Before the race, we had like this huge sit down with the officers where like, when they release the game, like when they release the trailer, are we gonna sit and watch it during the race? Or are we just gonna tell people you're not allowed to watch it or whatever? Like what is gonna be the rules? Or you can, but you're not gonna supposed to talk about it, all that stuff. And I was like, bro, there's no fucking way we're gonna sit during the race, take a break and watch the trailer. Is the race like it's even crazy that this is suggested. And then I won't name names. Others saying, "Oh, I will watch it anyways." Oh, we've had like people will guarantee to watch it. It happened during the race. No one even gave a fuck from what I've seen. At least I didn't realize anything until the race was over. Like a couple days later, I was like, "Oh yeah, I guess." Like someone said, like, "Oh yeah, it did come out." Like I wasn't even aware. Couldn't give a fuck during the race about anything else in life, honestly. But yeah, so I don't actually know. I don't think I saw this trailer. Maybe should I watch this? Am I getting like hardcore spoiled? I don't know. I don't really know any of these characters anyways. Fuck it.
And as Echo
3 minutes long. Okay, I definitely did not watch it then. Okay, let's do really midnight trailer. I'm actually shocked that I still didn't watch. Okay, I mean, not watching it during the race, I get it, but I could have watched it after, you know. Oh, this was released on the IGN channel. But not on the Blizzard channel. Interesting.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me and by its
Is this the correct trailer?
grace am I made
Okay.
one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides...
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Gorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath. Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be
How
with
do
you.
they actually model these characters, by the way? Like, do they... Oh, wait, my camera's still off. Do they make them, like, based on a person? Because it would be really awkward if, like, without noticing, you make it really resemble someone and that person, like, didn't agree or something, right? Like, how does this work? That's, because I was thinking, you know, who does this character resemble? I don't know who, but it's a person. That's Soda Poppin'? Oh,
You see,
true.
she understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength.
It looks pretty cool so far.
I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, We will perish. I beg you. Help us.
No, that's Narco. What? He's coming out from the bench. That's crazy. Finally.
The Sunwell will not fall.
It's the whole Paladin Discord.
We draw breath.
Okay, listen. Actually, this... Okay, I'm gonna watch until the end. One sec. Oh, it's an interesting font they chose. Okay. I thought the story was really sick. Up until, like, this point, kind of. I thought it was really sick. Maybe a little bit stretched, but it was pretty good. No? Like, I was getting hyped. I was getting some goosebumps when the lady was asking to the light for power. But here, I think it got a bit weird. Like, first of all, like the delivery was not epic enough. I felt like I don't know, what could have happened is like some sort of like light flies into all of the elves and they become Omega strong or something. Their eyes glow, they get wings and just blast everything. Something like that could be, and then they retreat. But it's weird, like there's a light and they're just walking out, and then I don't know, like the delivery, like, okay, they got stronger. But you don't see anything. Like, why is he suddenly smiling and happy? Like, I don't know. And she is like happy about it, like doesn't care, but at the same time, I don't know. It just, the delivery was weird to me. They're coming out of the Sunwell. Oh, okay. There's not else. Oh, okay. That's more interesting. That's maybe because I lack the lore as well. Yeah, that could be it. But still, I feel like the delivery was a bit weak, you know? The player character will come from someone as well. It's the Army of Light. Yeah, okay, maybe I know too little about this game. But still, I don't know. I thought it was good up until this point, but like decent at least. Maybe just a little stretched. But yeah, after that, I found it a bit weak. The faces having... Someone said the characters have male faces, the female characters? I don't think so. This character has a male face? What do you mean, bro? It's a normal... I mean, as normal as it can be. She's an elf, I guess. But looks normal to me. Maybe your mind is thinking like a woman without makeup is male. Like, I don't know. Maybe you're used to seeing people in makeup all the time or something. You're being weird about her. Or specifically this blood elf? I don't see it. I think it looks like a normal female character to me. Holy fuck, okay. She's angry now. That's like an angry mother. I don't know, I think it's weird, normal. She has a male chin. Fuck. I mean, she's like angry here and stuff, so I don't know. And she's also a bit more fit, you know, she's a warrior. And I think like authoritative women are often compared like that to a male, because typically people are used to seeing like strict people being males. But here, like, it reminds me more of a strict mother than a father. Sure, what the fuck? Yeah, definitely. Looks like a woman to me. It looks very normal. I should have a ponytail rather than a man bun. Yeah, of course. I mean, the hair and stuff changes a lot, right? And this is soda popping or what? Nice. That's my girlfriend's look when I haven't cleared the screw machine. Bro, that was my wife's look when I woke up my child today because I snored, apparently. And according to her, the problem isn't that I snored. The problem is that she told me to stop snoring, and I didn't. Yeah. I don't remember any of this, by the way. I just know I had to wake up earlier than I needed to and take care of the children. But yeah. Just stop, yeah. Yeah. Okay, but we got the trailer now. We can go back to
Just
Preach's
stopped
interview.
playing for the night. The trailer was happening, so we put it on while we were broadcasting.
By the way,
For the night,
people
the
say,
trailer was
especially
happening,
when she's like
so
smiling, looks completely like a woman, by the way. But yeah, okay.
we put it on while we were broadcasting. It had already started, so I assumed we had missed the beginning. Seeing Zali get turned away by the Astartes was okay, but it left me thinking, oh, well, she kinda lost. So GG's, I guess. My thoughts as I left the venue that night was that the beginning of the trailer that we missed had this cloud of void swarming across Azeroth. Stormwind and Orgrimmar fallen to the darkness, and Kel'Thalas was the city that held. The last bastion of mankind, a haven for which we could launch an offensive to retake our lost lands throughout the course of Midnight. That then made the trailer make sense to me. And it'd have been cool, right? But no. Maria had this to say when I brought it up.
And I kind of want to lead into the trailer, because the trailer confused me a little bit. I was obviously so excited for it. But the vibe I got, and you might have already confirmed this, I haven't seen it, is like she's beaten everywhere else in Azeroth, and the Sunwell's the last place standing. Because that's the way what I got, is like she's finally arrived at Kel'Thalas, but everywhere else is covered in void. Because you've teased. It's like, oh, there's a little bit of void.
That would have been a sick expansion start, by the way, what Preach is saying. I'm guessing it's not that.
Stuff going on anywhere. Or are you actually holding that story back as to what's going on?
No, I mean, she went beeline for the Sunwell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was
She has just gone straight for the Sunwell.
Gotcha.
She wants the Sunwell for reasons.
Okay.
And she's just gone straight there.
Yeah, and the event.
This makes more sense story-wise. Like, if that is the place that is the most important, she would go there. But I think just gameplay-wise, it would be really sick if like everything turned dark, and then you all start from the Sunwell area, and then from there you're like retaking Azeroth back again. That would be pretty cool.
The cinematic, that is the opening scenario, that is the opening quest line that will kick off Midnight, right? So just as the Legion cinematic teed up the Broken Shore, this is kind of teeing up that initial defense of Kel'Thalas that will then set up the rest of Midnight that follows.
You're going to walk out of that light, just like all those other people are,
I
enjoying
thought
the
it was
fight.
Astartes. I thought we were going full Warhammer when the Army of the Light turned up. I thought, oh no, the Space Marines are here. We're in big trouble.
So there you have it. Zali's just going to the Sunwell for reasons that we'll find out later, and it'll all make sense. Not exactly the big inspiration I'm looking for in a new expansion launch, but here we are. And the other issues people have with Midnight are making sense, especially if you're looking at them through the usual expansion lens. But as we're about to find out, things are far from usual. More on this later.
Features. That's what is expected. In Marp it was monks, in Ward garrisons, Legion, Demon Hunter, Warfronts, Islands, Azerite armor, Covenants, Dragon flying. For good or bad, these major enhancements on top of the normal stuff are why copies go off the shelves. So Midnight. The World Prey feature seems interesting, but we have to assume that having decent gear makes it not threatening and just more loot. We'll see. Devourer should be very cool, given what we have seen from the Soul Hunters fight, but beyond that, nothing mega coming with Midnight. In fact, Midnight's biggest feature is actually coming before Midnight. Housing is the major seller. And when I first got to test housing a few months ago, my main question to Paul Cubitt, the Midnight director, was, why is it not launching with the expansion? The company answer does make some sense. Neighborhoods are going to come a bit later, so it's staggered. Let's get housing out and tested and allow a slower integration than everyone just slamming it on launch release.
I mean, also you have to buy the expansion to get access to this, right, guys?
Some of us do remember what happened with garrisons. But in my opinion, this is actually the natural evolution of how World of Warcraft works now. Over the last...
I think a lot less people are gonna play housing compared to garrison, though, because you just won't need to do it, right? Surely you won't need to do it, right? That's what they said about garrisons, but I don't think they can blatantly lie anymore. I think that's a thing from the past, surely.
12 months, we have paid close attention and made some videos addressing the change of model that WoW follows. The fact is, World of Warcraft is made entirely different now than it was just 3 years ago. I asked it...
Oh, really, Jack? I didn't know that. I don't know how... Do people play retail WoW without having the latest expansion? Like, does anyone still play Dragonflight? Is that a thing? That sounds super weird, if that's the case. Like, those people must be, like, just forgetting their subscription or something. I don't think they log in, no?
It's to Ian and Maria, and they explained it.
One thing that I've noticed since I've been playing a lot more recently, the cadence of content out of you guys is kind of absurd, to the point where I don't know how you did this. You went from where we were, and then you, as we've talked about Ian a lot, it's like turning that ship is not easy. This is a giant freight train, and turning it is not easy. And now we're here where, oh, I'm not quite a fan of retail. No worries, we just released Classic. We've got Remix coming up as well. How's that shift internally been with this sheer amount of content?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been investing in the team, growing the team, and changing the team structure to parallelize more. So that we don't have bottlenecks, we don't in terms of reviewing and approving things, but we also don't have resource contention. We have people who are dedicated to making smaller patches, our live team. We have folks who are dedicated to odd-numbered expansions, folks who are dedicated to even-numbered expansions, folks who are dedicated to Classic. And so we're not, occasionally, of course, we borrow from one to solve an issue in the other, but that's the exception. Rather than years and years ago, I think we've announced so many times in the game's history that we're going to speed up the release of expansions and reduce content droughts.
Oh, the 1 year thing.
Yeah,
oh my
and
God.
then it's like, cool, we're going to do it. And oh yeah, by the way, do you have a 13-month wait, in Hellfire Citadel or in Siege of Orgrimmar or whatever? And a lot of that was because we were just shifting resources like a pendulum from, all right, we're going to pull everything off this and put it over there to get this done. We don't make those trade-offs anymore. We're staffed and structured to support continuous development where it's not coming at the expense of the future.
Right, so this is going to be, you kind of discovered the holy grail of MMOs. There's an infinite content now because you've got 20 years that nobody can compete with, which is what I've seen other companies now, the big ones.
True.
What do we do here? Because they have so many different versions of the game running simultaneously. It's almost this Venn diagram of people raiding Mogashan Vaults, then I've got Manaforge Omega the next raid, and then I'm going around here. And now you're mixing in Plunderstorm, Dastardly Duos, all these extra side pieces of content. Has your role changed at all?
Yes.
With, I'm interested in how it's gone internally at the top to manage this.
Yeah, I mean, as the team has grown, a lot of that has been delegating, right? If you've paid attention to titles and interviews or in credits or whatever, 10 years ago, I was the game director, and we had an art director and a tech director, and that was about it.
It's actually crazy that Ian was communicating with us on some of these Race War first, like on Firak, he communicated. So I don't know. Let's see. He also did on Liberation of Undermine. There was nothing for him on the last raid, but also there was not many hotfixes done there, I guess, right? But yeah. yeah, during the race, like if there's like a hotfix or something like that, or they're planning to do something, or if we asked a question, sometimes he would reply. So he was still hands-on with this, with the race or first. On last race, he didn't communicate. He just showed up. True. True. On last race, he didn't communicate. I guess, yeah, last race, he was probably full busy with Gamescom, right? The one part during last race where I got really angry was when they, and it didn't really matter much, but when they hotfixed Nexus King, so the healing reduction didn't work, and then they didn't tell us about it. Like, we were in the middle of farm, on the middle of splits, and we're killing this boss repeatedly, and then suddenly we're like, what the fuck, why is the boss health so high? And then we had to check, like, did the person forget to press the healing reduction, or what the fuck? And we're like, what is this, you know? Like, if you're gonna do a hotfix, like, we're sitting here, there's people playing, like, just say that you're doing it. No one gives a fuck that you actually do it. It's okay, even though, I mean, I think it's a bad call. I would have done it differently. But, like, what the fuck? You can't just do changes on a live game without saying anything. Like, when there's a race going on. That's ridiculous to me. Yeah. But, I don't know, maybe if Ian was there, there would have been communication. Not sure. That was the one time where I was really angry. And I think I wrote a bit more of a heated message. Something to bring up actually to them again now that the race is over. Oh, it was Shalfu writing he showed up through. Yeah, I imagine he shows up with a list of hotfixes, dude. It's how the Hall of Fear race ended. They made a change and then didn't tell the racers, and they got so mad. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't like mythic stuff, but still, like, it's just, I don't know, like, there needs to be, like, it's not the change itself that's bothering me. It's the lack, like, you can see that there's a lack of protocol, or that their protocol is not being followed when doing a change. Like, there has to be something where it says, like, okay, like, it could be, like, I don't know, a task in their ticket system or whatever they use for project management. Okay, like, hotfix for Race the War first, specifically, you know, you prepare it, you test it here, and then tack, and then before deployment, you notify the teams, and if it's, like, urgent, you push and notify at the same time. Like, there has to be something like that, and, like, how do you just, like, the fact that it wasn't done tells me they don't have anything, you know? It's just complete RNG whether we get notified or not, or what. Like, what is going on here? That's the thing that tilted me. Yeah. Just don't make us spend time figuring out what's up mid-race when you can just tell us. Exactly. Like, it's just super weird. Like, who does this, bro? Like, what kind of coder doesn't know to follow some sort of, like, protocol when pushing changes to the live game? Like, there's not some testing environment. It's crazy. It's not like it's beta or something, you know? To me, it's wild. This is, like, crazy. Like, actually crazy to me. Like, I don't know how this happens. It's not even just us. They should have reported this to all guilds, because, like, Liquid had pulls on that boss as well. They were not farming it yet, but probably Method was, I guess they were going to do it later, actually. They were skipping them. But still, like, what's going on, you know?
Now I'm sitting here with Maria, who's a design director over content. I'm going to be on stage tomorrow with Paul Cubitt, who is Associate Game Director directing the Midnight Expansion. And so we have folks who are empowered to make a lot of the calls that I was making 8 years ago. And my role is more ensuring kind of consistency and continuity, and that all of these things are moving harmoniously.
So is it more like what John was doing then?
Holly's role is closer to that, I would say. But it's any.
It is true that when Ian was involved, it was very nice, though, I must say.
And I think similarly, if you look at the structure, Eli Cannon is our senior art director, making sure that the art style of WoW remains cohesive across the board. But we have an art director on Midnight. We had a different art director on War Within, but the game still feels, like a cohesive whole. But that allows us to get out of, bottlenecks. Ultimately, an issue we ran into in the past, no matter how much we might have tried to grow the team, if there's just a single person who has to review and approve everything, doesn't matter how hard that person works. At some point, they just reach their limits, and things lag behind.
Yeah, I mean, what struggles have you had managing this?
It's not even like the one person that needs to approve things, and we have that as well, even though we have a really small company in comparison to Blizzard. But I need to approve things, bro, and then I get something, and it's just like I can't just say like approving is easy. The problem is when there's a problem, and without like you babysitting this person, it won't get done properly. Like they won't know what they clearly don't know what they are doing. And even when you like write a short message saying like this needs to change, they won't understand. That's what's taking so much time from the people that are approving things. And it's really hard to find people for that role because they need to know what needs to be done. And that's holy fuck, that's rare. Yeah, we just get locked out in game. I need to change that so it just doesn't happen on stream. When is rate tomorrow? Probably 1:30 again, but I don't know yet. I might push it a little bit. Probably 1:30. Sorry for the air horn, guys.
It happened rather quickly. I'd say over the last 24 months. We tracked it, and it was like, okay, now every like 5 weeks, there's something pretty major coming. So which roadblocks have you hit with that process change?
Communication is a big one.
Yeah.
I think that's right. The more parallelized you become, the more there's a risk of siloing, where now the left hand doesn't know what the right is doing, and that's in part my role and some of the other top level directors. But we've all needed to relearn kind of over communication, because whereas before everyone was working on the same thing, you could just kind of take for granted that everyone had visibility. Mm-hmm. Now, in order for us to make sure that we are building something up in one place and paying it off down the line, or we're learning a valuable lesson in systems design here and not repeating the same mistake in the next expansion, we need to make sure that we're always communicating.
Would you say you're more agile now? Certainly when it comes to retail.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we also had to adjust our pipeline some too.
Yeah.
Right. Anytime you're voice recording, you need enough lead time to get that localization done. So that means we have to be ready sooner, which meant we needed to prioritize and readjust. So there were some pipeline adjustments as well.
Yeah.
But we're feeling pretty good now.
What this all means then is that right now, the WoW team is all divided up into these separate areas, working on different pieces of content. Right now, there's probably a team working on the expansion that comes after The Last Titan. But as Ian explains here, one big goal is parity.
Wait, what's so we have Midnight, and then we have another expansion in this World Soul Saga, right? Or The Last Titan? Okay, yeah. Okay.
Like what happened with Call of Duty, where they also wanted these regular releases, they divided their game up to different studios, Treyarch, Infinity Ward, etc. And what happened there is they got radically different design and systems for what essentially should be the same game, dividing the player base. Now Blizzard's aimed to make it look and feel the same. It should be the WoW you love. If you play Midnight, it should look and feel the same way as The Last Titan does, despite different directors and teams. If you're playing MoP Classic, it should look and feel the same as Legion Remix. That is a big goal to go for. But this constant creation cycle, this never-ending waterfall of content, does lead to an inevitable side effect. Expansions for the main game just aren't the big seller anymore. They are diminished in their value. This allows them to do many things. One, release huge pieces of content regularly. If Midnight is not your bag, that's okay, because you know what? In 2 months, there's going to be another major feature of an expansion level dropping in an area of the game you probably do like. And the other side effect? There should never be a WoW content drought ever again.
All of this leads us to the
That's
future.
true.
WoW 2 is a subject we've covered a fair bit recently. What is it? What would it look like? But WoW has obvious problems, and while something like a revamp of the whole thing seems very tempting, in our opinion it seems very unlikely. Those problems are not blind to the team though. Let's have a look at what they had to say about what WoW 2 might look like.
This engine of WoW, people keep talking about WoW 2 and what it would be, because seemingly now this juggernaut that is WoW isn't stopping anytime soon, right?
It is not.
It is not. It's the lifespan isn't going anywhere.
That's what we want to hear.
What are we doing in terms of preparing for that next 20 years? Like, you know, we've had issues with the bags and things, but seemingly with housing, we're able to bolt things on that seemingly shouldn't work. And is that going to be a slow process of revamping things?
I think it's actually, it's not bolting things on.
Okay.
It is overhauling foundations and some fundamentals of things like how instances exist, how things are saved on servers, how pathing works, how, you know, players can place objects that are now persisted on the server. And some of that is, you know, building incrementally on some small things in the past, like, you know, being able to make a choice in your garrison or having your garrison as a seamless instance where you would see, you know, that from across the zone. That seemed like a small thing at the time, but that was novel, and some small piece of that is what will let you walk past your neighbor's home and see what they've placed in their yard. Even though that is their personal instanced home, you're going to see, you know, whatever they've used to decorate their yard.
It would be cool to get some more insight when they do changes to these things. Sometimes you notice their ability working different randomly, but it's like, I have no idea when things are actually changing. Exactly, maybe they fix blinking in place after 20 years. Yeah, like, I think the way blinking works, not really, I'm pretty sure, or at least that's how it worked for a long time, is that you basically have a speed hack that goes 20 yards forward really quickly. Like, it's so quick that it's, you know, done faster than a frame. So sometimes you can actually interact with objects in between those, in between your blinking endpoint and starting point. So if there's like a zone that would apply a debuff to you, you might get that debuff and you blink over. And then there's also things of it like heroic leap. Sometimes it can also affect you on the way. Sometimes you can't leap to places. Sometimes you can. Like, I don't know why. You know, would be there's like no path available randomly, or blinking in spot because there's like a baby stair on the way. Yeah, it would be nice to get some more insight on how these things work, and when they do changes, if they like posted it just like a patch note.
But we see housing as, you know, the tech that's gone into this as an incredibly powerful foundation that we can continue to build on, not just for the housing system, but, you know, imagine what things down the line could be created with empowering players to place objects. You know, there's a whole range of user-generated content that could exist down the line. For example, if you think about... You know,
that's really interesting. He is hinting at like map creation, and like with that you could do like dungeon creation, right? People could create their own maps to play things on. Imagine if you could create your own battleground, things like that. That would be really cool, actually. There's really, really cool things to do there. A great example, I think, I don't know if it actually went through, but I remember talks for RuneScape allowing private servers to exist, but having to pay revenue to RuneScape. I don't expect Blizzard to do any sort of revenue sharing or anything with maps. Even that would be interesting. Like, that's how the Roblox and stuff works, right? You make your map, you generate money for yourself by making it, and then you share that money with Blizzard. But you also get, like, yeah, there's like some really bad cash grabs and stuff like that. I feel like Blizzard wouldn't do that. But instead, yeah, they could still do it so that you can create your own maps for things, though. Like, it would be lit. Imagine there's an Echo raid. Dude, that would be insane. I would love to do shit like that.
You know, what if instead of a table or a painting, you're replacing a trap or a turret?
Turrets!
traps that are persistent.
And next level is you place a boss, right? Like that's mechanics basically. That's great. Yeah, that would be amazing if they develop on that. Just Unat 8 times in a row. Yeah. Yeah, Unat council fight, dude. Let's go.
Real world tower defense stuff, Warfront's return, or maybe the Tinker class is actually on its way. Who knows where they're going with this thing. But it was really good to see that our predictions over what WoW 2 will be came true. They're just going to be a persistent, ongoing change as they, as Ian said, re-foundation certain aspects of the game. However, there are certain things that just for practicality and real world reasons just cannot be fixed. One of them is actually kind of grim. World lag, when we get a lot of people together. I'm sure you experienced it in Koresh. Mm-hmm. This is what they had to say on it.
There's definitely a lot of room for improvement there. You know, honestly, I think we've discussed recently. We had a feature way back on Argus. Those like invasion portals that you could go to. They were basically a way of like spinning off these little mini world boss instances as an extension of the outdoor world. We're like, the first 20 people in the portal, all right, now the portal's sealed, let's spin up a new one for the next 20. That they felt like an extension of the outdoor world, but could let you have a bit more of that self-contained experience. That's the sort of thing I think we need to do more of. Ultimately, there's something, you know.
That's sad. That's like giving up on having more people involved. But I mean, that's a nice thing, but like it's kind of dodging the question, or, you know, what about actual world content with like 40 versus 40 type of thing?
About the spectacle of the big world boss that everyone, you know, flies together to take down. But the reality is we want to have hundreds of people in a given zone at the same time for that zone to feel populated and occupied. And when something pops up that calls all of those people together to the same spot, that's just, there's, you know, quadratic equations that make that challenging.
Yeah, exactly. So imagine you, especially with like dynamic events, where you can have story things going on, where it's like, oh, you have all these people, let's make things happen. Like there's still, I mean, WoW is known for really looking at what everyone else is doing and doing it better. And housing is the prime example of that. And that dynamic situation that's occurring isn't there. So is this kind of thing all on the table for like, you've done housing, it's going to keep growing. What's our next evolution? And what's the next big feature? I mean, we're getting armor dies, right? Good pause.
We'll see. We're getting furniture. We got lots of furniture dies.
You do have a lot of furniture dies.
Yes.
But those kind of things I think would be really cool to have that evolution going on.
I've you know, at other studios where I've worked, I've used systems that allowed us to create that kind of dynamic content. And of course, for me, that's a very exciting direction to go. So I'm certainly going to be trying very hard to get us to prioritize something like that.
That would be, it's great when you're wandering through a zone and things just suddenly happen.
It just pops.
Yeah, it just pops. It's a cool thing that's happening and also reflecting the story.
The whole future of WoW is extremely promising.
I mean, it's not even just things popping that gather everything. It's also user-made content that's just so restricted right now. I don't know how many of you will remember, probably nobody, but when we first launched Echo at the very start, that's in 2020, 5 years ago, almost exactly, we made like an event with viewers. It was a charity event, and there was a bunch of goals, and one of them was like, we all gathered on level 1 characters, and we walked to Arena of Gurubashi, like fighting Echo players, like max level characters, and with like, I don't know, hundreds of characters. And it was crazy laggy, and everyone was just shooting like their level 1 spells. It was really fun. It was like an RP event, but it was really fun. And, you know, like these social gatherings, it doesn't have to be to just like, oh, there's a world boss popping or there's a random event triggered by the story. No, like you can just do user content. There's so many things you can actually do if you can just gather everyone in one place. You know, the game has many features. You have the like Ring of Blood, Arena of Gurubashi type of content. You can do like level 1 dueling tournaments with like spectators sitting in places and stuff like that. But it's very hard if you can't have people in the same place. It feels a lot less immersive. In a funny way, like RP, the thing that I'm not really that interested in, it can be very interesting when you can have so many people in one place. I mean, it's not that I'm not interested in RP. It's just I don't want to do like weird RP or whatever. But I think it's really cool if everyone gathers in one place. Like back then when people were attacking Crossroads or Orgrimmar or something like that. You know, like these things are just not fun anymore. Like you cannot do them properly. It's shit. Or Alterac Valley back in the days with 40 versus 40 was an actual thing. And it was more playable back then than now. I don't know. It's crazy. With the changes they've done, it's just unplayable. But yeah. You could do like guilds PvPing each other, things like that, you know. Like maybe there could be some competition that, again, the tournament that's hosted by the community. I don't know. Like, wouldn't it be cool to have an Echo versus Liquid guild PvP event, you know, somewhere in the world? Or maybe it's not even Echo versus Liquid, but 2 realms in the game fighting each other. I don't know. Things like that, you know? Just massive world events would be really cool. And yeah. I mean, they did something like Wintergrass back in the days as well, but it was also very laggy always. And yeah, not really doable. And I think also the creativity stops a bit when everything is so laggy. No one even bothers thinking about content. But you could do very cool things.
To a level that others can't compete with, at least yet. Innovation, competition breeds more innovation, which is simply a huge win for all of us, especially with the MMO market struggling to find that next big thing. Midnight might on the surface seem lacking for some of you in comparison to the major overhaul the game usually gets when an expansion arrives, but I'm choosing to look at it differently. It's no longer just an expansion for me, but it's an extension. It's that race car that no longer needs to make pit stops every couple of years to have its tires changed and fresh things put on, but it's now simply just continuing to go at full speed, with major features coming as and when they are ready, rather than being held back for one enormous drop every couple of years.
Don't worry, the full uncut interview with Ian and Maria will be available soon. The only reason we didn't just upload it in the raw is they have very different skill sets and we jump around a lot during that discussion, but there's lots more in there for you guys to check out. For now, I want to hear your thoughts. This whole new world we exist in within Azeroth is different. It's changed in the last 3 years. Expansions are a little different. Features are coming out whenever and wherever. Let me know what you think, guys. For now, I'll say goodbye and I'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, they also, they don't wait for an expansion to release content either. Like with Augmentation Evoker, for example.
Been a situation.
Oh, no. Situation.
You've done housing. It's gonna.
Yeah, they don't wait with content, and that's a feeling of it being an extension instead of a pit stop is definitely very true, I would say. Especially as a like WoW content creator or esports player, like you immediately prepare for the next one anyways, and you have the alpha that has a shit ton of content, and you can look at all the classes. If you run out of content, just take on one alt character and then you have a lot of shit to do already. Yeah, definitely it doesn't feel like a content drought anymore. It is overall less content though in comparison to previous expansions overall, I would say. I think that's true. Back in the days, you would get more content, I think. Yeah. Okay. Too much little stuff. No, like if you look at like Legion, right? You had so many legendaries. You had M+ being invented. You had so many raids. Shit was done at a lower quality. That's true. Legion was an exception. Yeah, but still, I think others also had more. I mean, let's log in. Let's log the fuck in, dude. I mean, it's also more time, right? It was not done within 1.5 years. That's true. See, like 3 raids in each. And then before in Battle for Azeroth, you had 5 raid tiers. It's a big difference, yeah. And you can say it's 2 bosses only on Crucible, but that's still something. Maybe that's also why they are doing this delayed release and the extra 2 bosses to make it seem like a bit more things are happening. Legion was a monster tier. Warlords of Draenor was kind of dead, that's true. This is probably the most dead expansion ever. Yeah, I don't think there's a worse one. And if you go back to MOP, you had the monks coming out. You had 5 proper raids. I guess Terrace of Endless Rings is only 4 bosses, but I mean, still, that was a pretty cool raid though. Shadowfear was a really good fight. PvP was top notch this tier. I really enjoyed it. That was when I was watching Wreckful videos all day, dude. That was fun. My goat. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how long Cataclysm took. Also, I didn't play Cataclysm, so I can't comment on this. But it seemed like it was a full expansion as well. What was also Tom Chilton's departure as game director for WoW? Yeah, I don't know. I just know the garrison sucked, and we had it was a bigger raid. How many bosses is this? 6? Holy moly, 9? 12? 13 bosses, bro. What the fuck? I mean, I guess that's an interesting design choice as well, right? I definitely prefer less bosses and more raids. Became game director during Legion. Yeah, I mean, he definitely delivered during Legion. That's for sure true. Only shit thing was that Emerald Nightmare was so easy. Saviors was so fucking easy. It was unreal. How does that happen, bro? I have no idea. That was crazy. Easiest fight. It might appear as they release this content, but then again, then they reworked Shaman for CK, which should be expansion-like features. True, right? Yeah, they do reworks as well. I forgot about that. Back then, I don't think you had class reworks that much. If at all, any, honestly. I think maybe Legion Shadow had some touches here and there. Like, you wouldn't go Surrender to Madness anymore after the first few tiers. It was like live service impact it all in 1990s expansion. Yeah, that's true. Legion Combat became Outlaw. That I did not like. I prefer Combat Rogue over Outlaw Rogue for sure. I don't know. Maybe this might tilt like rogues and stuff, but that's also when the game got a lot more complex as well, I think. Outlaw was a lot simpler to play, right? It was basically just Blade Flurry, and then you had a lot of energy during Adrenaline Rush. But now you get like 17 procs from every spell, and it's RNG, and some crazy shit is going on. Yeah, I don't know. I think I prefer this still because it's just faster. It's maybe a little bit more money paid Yeah, definitely more money you spend now than back then. In terms of you know, just buying the expansions. I don't know if the expansions got cheaper. I don't think so. But also, if you consider inflation, the monthly subscription is probably way cheaper than back in the days. And yeah, overall, I think you get more content, so that's what kind of matters. I'm looking forward to see what they do next one. I mean, we have a first tier with 3 raids, whatever that one boss raid means. Not sure. They got more expensive with the Epic Edition. Yeah, true. You have to. Yeah, that's a shit bit, I guess. Like, you have the early access thing. I don't like this stuff. This unique UI. Like it, J1. Okay. So we have that covered. Next is to look at the alpha stages, I would say. Maybe multiple things here. Shouldn't this be like typically 5 different posts on Wowhead? Oh, this is a WoW weekly. I see. Oh, this is a cool thing. I could look at this more often. Post 17 hours. Just for my they just made this for my stream. Okay, join us on October 1 when we take you further into midnight with a deep dive broadcast, and tune in for a 1-hour live Q&A. Holy. Oh, developers on Twitch and YouTube. Watch midnight deep dive broadcast. An intro from creative director Chris Metzen and game director Ian Zacostas. My goats. You'll take a closer look at Zone's story, features of the expansion. Okay. Zones and story. Yeah, okay. Immediately following the Midnight Deep Dive broadcast, join us for a live midnight Q&A with the lead developers of World of Warcraft. Ian Paul Cubit. I remember this name, but I don't know who he was. Okay, yeah, I don't know him much. And Mary Hamilton, we know her, of course. We'll join community manager Randy Jordan to answer your biggest questions about WoW Midnight. Head over to forums to submit your question for the Q&A, and we'll answer as many as we can. That's nice. They used to do these a lot more, right? They used to do these with Devolore, dude. This was like the super hype thing back in the days. They would actually take questions from like stream or something, or Twitter, I don't know. And it really felt like it was not like pre-planned fully. And you would actually get proper answers. Or like, at least it was like more in the moment thought answers, not fully PR ones. Head over the Q&A. There's a forum post and a Twitter post asking questions. Wait, let's see. Bro, if I see a question about fucking like transmog or whatever, or mounts, dude, I don't know. I might insta-close the thing. How will outdoor housing plots work? If I want a certain plot and it's taken, do I have the option to try another instance? Actually, I don't know, but I respect it. It's fine. It's a new system. We'll see operational options and trade skills beyond knowledge points season to season, such as epic or even legendary tools. That makes sense to me. Most pressing question is when is and how many. But like, if I was a crafter, this wouldn't be my first problem about the system. You know me, I hate the crafting system, but I do agree it's kind of weird that there is no epic or legendary tools. Most pressing question is when is and how many. This gotta be a joke. My most pressing question: when is and how many mount achieves are coming? People who are mount. There's no way. The most recent one is only for 400 mounts. There's no way. Man, please don't take this question. Just do something else. Is there anything Nightborn, maybe even Nightborn Demon Hunters? More customization to Blood Elves and Void Elves. Will training grounds reward honor? That's my bro. People I think I'm an elitist, guys. I just realized that. What big and plus changes can make so new access, new loot breakpoints, resisting keystone? That's my goat, Pendergast. 1,200 posts. Holy fuck. He's a pro. Look at these noobs. I said these must be like bot accounts. This is bot accounts by Blizzard for like, if we need some easy questions, let's just, you know, put these in here. And then like, they say like, oh, next question is about global release. Wait, hold on. I'm still finishing the mount question. And we had a lot of thoughts on this. We want to make your mounts matter. We want to make farming mounts great again. And just Ian just goes on a 30-minute dialogue and or monologue, and we skip the global release question. Could we ever see an option to change game license names from WoW 1 to 2 to a name of our choosing? Bro, like, out of, like, it actually is amazing to me. In a way, like, yeah, it would be nice, right? We all agree it makes sense. What he's saying makes sense. But if you had to send a question to Ian Hazikostas, is this the one you choose? Like, out of everything, like, there is like 7 WoW versions right now running. There's like a billion systems you could have problems with or you could see improvements on. And you go with the license names? Really? I don't know, bro. This cannot be a normal brain. That's my thoughts. Okay? We move on. Do you guys have any plans to create a new class or at least add more? It's not even a bad thing he's asking for, to be clear, by the way. I'm not like, yeah, it should be. It makes sense to rename it. It's just like, how do you come? It's fascinating. Do you guys have any plans to create a new class or at least add more options for tanks? It feels really stale to play as a tank. We have the least amount of class options and race options. I believe it's one reason why it's so hard to get people to play a tank. I wouldn't think that's the reason, but interesting. They're not going to answer that. Why? They could actually, I would say. Is there any plans to get a new class or at least add more options for tanks? I think it's a fine ask, but I don't think that's why people are not playing tanks. It's because tanking is so much responsibility for very little reward, right? That's my thought. And most tanking mechanics are just very stupid. Will there be housing designs with different exterior themes, such as Dwarven, Night Elf, and Panera styles? Yeah, makes sense. I don't know. Will access add-ons like DBM player and DS break with the incoming changes to what add-ons can use in combat? Yeah. I think the real question is like, which add-ons will work, which ones won't? Can you give some examples? I think they already said that this will not work though, right? DBM and details at least. Well, I don't think Blizzard knows themselves yet what will work when, like what they're introducing when. I think they're gonna test and see. Hi gang, I currently have both an A and a EU account so I can play with my friends on both. Is there any plan to allow cross-region gameplay in Midnight or beyond? Great question, Drexel. You know what would help with cross-region gameplay, guys? You could argue that one of the reasons cross-region gameplay is not possible is because, well, they're running on a different timeline. They're on a different version at times, right? How could you play on a Tuesday evening with your EU mage on US? That doesn't work because there's a patch coming. So, if only there was a way to fix this. I don't know. Can you think of any ideas, chat? Maybe Robel Glees? Something like that? I don't know. Blowball Lear? I don't know. If you have any thoughts, let me know. Though I can't think of it. It's just impossible to solve this issue otherwise, right? The way it works. When are you going to fix Drexel? But it would be amazing. I want Drexel to be able to play with all of his friends, whether they're from an EU or China. I want friendship to grow. This is why I play this game. Low ball release. That's... I think you're getting close to something there. Keep thinking, dude. Jack, you're onto something. Yeah, Drexel, I will fight for you, sir. One post, but not a troll guy. This is not me. But if you guys want to go and post there, I'm encouraging you, of course, to share your thoughts on Drexel's issues. Send a heart to him. Okay, I need to log in or something. Okay, stop. Don't load. Whatever you're loading, I see this fucker loading, bro. I don't want you loading, okay? CVA, whatever it is, I don't want to see it. Some login or whatever the fuck. When are you going to fix drag your voice lines? Okay, are the guild permissions going to see updates in midnight? They needed separated back out since they were combined when communities were implemented. They can't give different ranks or incremental permissions any longer because they mostly bunched into officer. I don't know what he means. Guild permissions are combined and communities were implemented. You can't give different ranks incremental permissions. What is he talking about? I don't know. I think you can give different ranks, different permissions, but I don't know what incremental permissions are. Interactive voices have been broken since the 20th anniversary update, and annoyingly. Really? That's crazy. How does that even happen? Will Haronier be unlockable in the 3 days early access / week 1 of the expansion? I remember Earthen weren't. Interesting question. Are there any plans in Midnight to give specs that are underplayed in Raid more of a niche for them to see more play, or look at niche balance as a whole across the specs within the given class? That would be kind of cool, but the problem is that that would result in like crazy class stacking, right? I think one simple thing they could do, honestly, is just not allow more than like 3 of the same spec in Mythic. You know, just say, fuck it. We're just not allowing it. You cannot enter. I think that would solve a lot of this shit, and then you could have a lot of cool niche balance. I think niche balance is really cool. And then the same with again plus. You can't have the same spec twice. Like fucking done. You know, like get fucked. You can't exploit pretty much. Because you know, you can do a lot of cool things with niche balance. Like a class that has like crazy burst, right? Let's say for Dimensius last phase, when the boss gets extra damage, or a class that has crazy 2-target cleave, class that has multi-spread target like cleave, but like make it even stronger than it is right now. So then you keep on swapping. You know, on Aras, you stack those Shadow Priests for the intermission. Like you gotta have 3 because it's like so good. And then you have the full AoE / funnel classes. Like if your class is just bringing the buff, like, I don't know. That's not as cool, I think, than this. How often did you really have more than 3 of the same spec in Mythic? Well, not as much anymore because they don't do niche balance. Right now, they're trying to make it so that every spec is really similar to another spec. Like everyone does somewhat equal single target damage, you know? But I'm saying if they only capped it at 3, they could do niche balance. Yeah. But in which cases would we bring more than 3? It's really not that often the case. Like with the current balance, you really often wouldn't do it. I think Mage on Galavix was nice. Let's think of the last tier where I would have changed something. Probably just more mages. Like Nexus King could have had 4 mages. Fractillus could have had 4 mages. Just because they like live. It's mainly for like defensive and like easy to play reasons. Not because they're like DPS OP. Because like I said, they don't really do anything that's so OP anymore. The craziest class stacking we've ever done was Unat. There we have like crazy amounts of warlocks. They had good damage and they had very good survivability with their self-port over the lasers in last phase, which made them incredibly OP. And Ellie Shamans were also really good that year because you could ank and also had crazy good damage. But warlock was next level OP. Just for survival reasons. And also self-sustain. They could heal themselves and stuff. That was some crazy shit. Still see you. Thank you for the sub, sir. Okay, let's look at some more questions. How does it work for people who share a warband? Husband and I recently moved to a single band to combine efforts in collecting, but the warband... That's OP. Wait, what? That's crazy. Self-report. I think that's actually allowed, right? That's illegal? Is it? I guess so, right? You need to be like a minor to play. I don't think you can play on the same family. Or can you? I don't know. Married people can use same account? I don't think you can. I think only if you are the child of someone you can play. I don't think married people can. Wait, otherwise, no, I'm pretty sure can married play people play on the same WoW account. I don't think you can. No. On the same. What about a Battle.net account though? AI says no. This falls under, yeah, not allowed. That is a self-report. This person, it's not. I mean, he's his husband. I assume it was it was a woman, but could be a guy as well. We did consider gay marriage. If that's why I know it's not allowed, because we consider gay marriage and we're like, damn, it doesn't work. And then the alternative is you can, but what would work is getting minors into Echo and adopting all of them. That works. But it's a bit complicated, I guess. I don't know. But if you have, I mean, mainly because there's not that many children playing WoW. Yeah, gay marriage kind of OP if this did work, but otherwise, yeah. Especially if you could all marry each other, like massive family, you know, like everyone married to themselves. Maybe if you all marry in a different country, I don't know, that could work. But yes, still, like they don't allow spouses. Do the homies still need to kiss? I mean, whatever it takes, you know. For war first, you do whatever it takes. What would the benefit of saving? Oh, no, there's massive benefits. If everyone in Echo was a minor, and I adopted all of them, we could all play on the same account with like 20 licenses, and we could account share the way we want. We would basically no longer really need a bench that much. Because let's say you want to play, I don't know, Red Pala. Like Narco needs to come in, and you know you don't need more than one Paladin or something, right? Like Paladin is really bad, but you just bring it to the buff. He could just go into Ryzen's account and just play it as red. Something like that. This kind of shit's often happened in the past. Or sometimes people, like for split runs, sometimes an alt of someone can get really good geared. Let's say, whose alt was geared this time? I guess I don't really know, because splits. This happened more often back in the days, but splits nowadays are so fucking controlled, and we don't give a fuck about your alts really unless they are considered to play. But back then, what would happen? It was like last time this happened was, I think, on Sanctum of Domination. Swag got like randomly a really good warrior geared up because the run he was in got a lot of gear. I don't know if he got domination shards or whatever. I don't know, but like he had a really good warrior suddenly. But for example, but he could play warrior because he's a gamer. But let's say he wasn't able to, Revis could just take that account and just play it, you know. And Swag can be Salonis Monk, or Swag can go to Revis's Warrior if he wants to. Just account sharing is kind of good for Race First. It's no one is account sharing anymore, so like this is kind of forgotten technology because everyone got banned for it back in the days. But back then, people would do it all the time. Just be a big pool of characters, exactly. So you can just handpick the top 20. Also, like skill would be over gear because gear belongs to everyone, kind of. So you can play the top 20 players you want to play always. It doesn't matter. Like no one can get unlucky, you know. Only the whole family can get unlucky. But yeah, it doesn't work because like, otherwise I would have adopted everyone, obviously. But it doesn't work because they need to be minors to do that. Once they are no longer a minor, they cannot share accounts even if they are siblings. We could do it with Mini for a while. He was young. I think he was like 16 or something. We did consider having someone adopt him, but I mean, he has a father, so. Would have been kind of weird. Not worth it, one person only. Yeah, fun little brain exercise. Obviously, we didn't like actually make plans to adopt people, just to be clear. Yeah, in case I get somehow canceled for this. Like really conservative people that think I'm joking around about adoption. No, I mean. We didn't like really consider it, but we did look at the TOS in a somewhat serious way. I mean, gay marriage would have been that would have been it. I think if that was possible, that would have solved a lot of issues. You know, people get already some less taxes one doing that. I think, plus you get the account sharing benefits. That's pretty pog. Is there interest in changing the base design of M+ key acquisition? For example, being able to choose dungeon and level you want to run with your group. Limited by the highest key you've timed on the character. If gay marriage was a thing, who would you marry? That's a good question. I don't think... I think he might already have some interest in some people, so it might not be based on the min-max for the race. For example, being able to choose character and level you want to run with your group. Limited by the highest key of time on a character. I wouldn't say, I guess like, I thought he meant like the weekly acquisition, but in general, like getting M+ key, basically being able to choose what key you want to run. Yeah, that would be cool, but I don't see it. I don't know how this is on Fellowship, actually. Can you just, can you deplete on Fellowship, or can you just keep playing the highest one? Or just this GNG pump or blast? Yeah. Would it be possible to see the ability to move entire warbands up and down? I don't think I interacted with this warband system at all, because I'm not really playing characters multiple. Are the guild neighbors going to work with cross-faction in mind? Question. My question says from your feature from Final Fantasy. Are there in place to safeguard players who pay other players in gold to decorate their homes for them? The system exists through the role assignment of a tenant and trading their version of gold called gil. Players are uncreative and to give gil in exchange for them to interior design for them. Several players have given suggestions on the forums for this. I'd like to know how Blizzard plans to handle it. This is a crazy thing as well. Like, I understand like guilds maybe doing this, but a single person going to a designer and paying them to decorate their home, that's wild, bro. I don't know. That is, I won't understand this really. But sure. Tell you it's insane money. I feel like this is some sort of money laundering instead. You can make millions. Maybe this is like a side business we need to own. But like, what's the goal, I guess? We want to generate gold for the boost, but the race war first is not getting us gold back. So what would be the purpose of the people doing the design to give this gold for the race war first? I guess we would need to find a designer that really wants a rate boost and then get that designer to work for us and then pay them with rate boosts after the tier or something like that. But then the rate boosts already have a price. Why would they need to work for us? I don't know. Telling you pimping out guild members for gold and housing ward is not a bad way to make gold for the race. Pimping out players, that could be a good revenue source, yeah. God damn, dude. I like it, guys. What do you call it when you like increase your revenue sources? There's a name for that, no? First adopt them all. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know where this is going. Okay, listen. We're on a thin line here. Okay. Diversification. Yeah, exactly. Diversifying your revenue sources. Is that what you say? Yeah. Yeah, I think people will probably we'll probably prohibit that actually. Just that sounds crazy, bro. We'll probably prohibit any like 18 plus RP content. Yeah. Not probably. I mean, I would say that's not guaranteed going to happen. I mean, we know some people will make fake accounts and do it probably. There might be a person, but I won't know about it, so I don't care. YouTube being raged for first when no gold tribe for Echo members. Yeah, no. That's illegal move, dude. That's too crazy. I don't think the world is ready for this. It's only the weird fucks that do it. It's fine. You can do that, but the world is not ready. No sex allowed. Yeah, exactly. Also, no 18 plus content IRL. No, that's not true. But yeah, no. Well, I would think we'll prohibit it. Yeah. I haven't thought about this. This is just me thinking out loud. Maybe I shouldn't think out loud. I don't know. Maybe this is like, because in the end, you can't really, tell people not to do things with their private life. But I guess like we need to differentiate with their online persona, their online influencer name and their private life. I think if they do it under a fake account, they can do whatever they want with their own other name, whatever. But I don't think they can do anything with their influencer account that is attached to Echo. Yeah. But crazy things we need to think about sometimes, right? Can you imagine Blizzard lets the modding scene run wild like 14 does? I don't know the modding scene in 14 exactly, but it sounds crazy, yeah. Like you can make everyone naked and shit like that, right? Taylor, your adventure should not end on G's desk. Oh, dude, yeah, definitely not. God damn, dude, holy fuck. PTSD, guys. Okay. Oh my god. Did we log out an hour ago already? Why is it triggering again? Did I? Oh, I logged in to check the fucking expansions. Okay, yeah, let's log out. Are Warbound dungeons anywhere on the radar still? No offense to Captain Garrick, but I have tanks on my own. I'd like to assign follower dungeons. Okay, yeah. That's an interesting thing, but... Wow. Who does these follower dungeons, actually? Like, why? You do them, Shalfu? 1 a week. For 1.5k rep. Oh. Interesting. What does a rep give you? What you can do follower dungeons with your alts. Scribe 1, 2, 3, and 4, yeah. Permarune. Oh, okay, that's good then, yeah. Okay. I respect it. I take it. I respect the question. I give him a heart without clicking because I CBA loading something. Can prey targets hunt you inside delves? That's also like such a weird question, bro. Like, what are you gonna do with this? I mean, just play the game and see? I don't know. It feels like a child is asking this. And like they've been given the homework to ask a question. You know, like just asking a question to ask it. But he has 18 likes. I guess a lot of people were wondering the same thing. Never mind. Couple of questions. Any plans to make Delve Portal room more functional? Use as our main hearth, which makes utilizing the port kind of clunky. I didn't even know there's a Delve Portal room. For Delve's HQ from Mario Portal room, could be a portal brand. Okay, I don't care. Will the housing have a practical application like professional benches, portals, or strictly visual decor? That's an interesting question. Hearth or portal spell to our housing? That would make sense. Allow the warbands, allow the changes to banking. We should see an overhaul to the guild system and organization, especially with the housing being tied to that aspect. I don't know what kind of overhaul, like what kind of features we would want for a guild system. It's in terms of wish, the Delve portal room. Interesting. Will the wait in the dungeon or one should not be tied to a guild? I don't think that's what they are asking. Like they're just randomly like saying things like love the warbands. Or I don't know. I think he's just saying like overhaul to the guild system, but what is it that this person wants? I don't know. Will the in-game damage meter show augmentation's real damage, or will it functions like the details add-on where it does not show your real damage? That's true, I guess. Huh. That is funny. I would guess it won't show the real damage because I don't think Blizzard Well, first of all, I don't think the real damage... Is it even real? Like, can you fully know the real damage of an Augmentation Evoker? Or is it an approximation more? No, you can't know. Because, like, if you give someone an increased crit chance with prescience, and this person, from their crits, get additional procs because they critted, that cannot be attributed. Like, you just get, whenever you crit, the portion of that that was generated because you get the crit buff. Like, you know, like, I guess assuming it would increase your crit chance by 50%, I think it's like 1% or whatever, but still, let's say it's 50%, and your crits do 100% more damage than, and you were below 50%, then you would get, from every crit, 25% of that attributed to the Evoker. But you wouldn't get, if every time you crit, you have a chance. At least I think so. Maybe they consider that, but that would be crazy. If every time you crit, you have a chance to proc, I don't know. Let's say mage, right? You get pyroblast from your fire blast. Let's say this would matter more, but you get more pyroblast because of that. I don't think it's considering that pyroblast's existence was created thanks to the Evoker. I don't think it does that. So the real damage is never gonna be fully accurate, but so like, I don't know where Blizzard would draw the line. I think Work of Logs just draws the line at some place that is like reasonable. But if Blizzard does it, I don't know where they are gonna draw the line, or if they're gonna say like, these are the things we're considering, this is not gonna be considered, or what. Because obviously it's a bit more of an official place, whereas Work of Logs can do whatever the fuck they want, kind of. And they had billions of bugs with Augmentation Evoker. Augmentation Evoker should just be able to equip a shield and call himself Dragon Fighter and be able to tank. You just changing the spec. Yeah, that could be. I think augmentation going away is a good thing for the game, yeah. I don't think augmentation is good. Like, I am a fan of spells that increase other people's damage. I like it. But a whole fucking spec around that, I don't like. Like, Power Infusion? Okay. Blessing of Autumn? That's fine. But a whole fucking spec? No. Too much. Yeah, Focus Magic is fine. Back then, like, Warlocks had Dark Intent. You had Rogues giving Tricks that used to give 3% damage, I think. And it also came with a lot of aggro, so you had to, like, make a smart decision. Is it worth it to give this, or is this guy gonna actually, like, steal aggro? Because they get all the threat as well. Actually, I don't know if there was a talent to unspec the aggro part, but I remember something like this. Frickson involved was always a DPS cooldown. Exactly. Like, I think things like that, completely fine. They add complexity a bit, but it's okay if you don't min-max it to the teeth. I would say most of our power infusions are not like perfect, or at least not until the very end. And it's like a side thought. And it's fine, but augmentation, bro, what the fuck is that? Holy shit. It's just so complex as well. I think, though, it's probably so complex that there's probably like this sunken cost fallacy at this point. There's no way they're going to abandon the spec when I think more about it. Think about how many iterations it went through. Like, the whole prio with who's going to get even might when you press it. The whole, like, people outranging shit, other people like proximity stuff to buff people. All the software that got created surrounding this. There's like crazy spreadsheets, crazy analysis tools for people's DPS spikes and everything. And then depending on like the fight, you might not have people in your range or have them in your range. I don't know. It sounds unlikely that they would remove it, but I think they should absolutely remove it. Yeah, I think it's just shit game. Like, I don't think anyone is having fun with augmentation, bro. I don't know. It's not the people that are playing it. They might have fun, but like the majority, I think when you have an augmentation rate, it's just a jarring experience. Like, you don't know if you're doing good damage because you have the buff or because you're good or what. Or you don't know if you get outplayed by another person in your group because they're doing more damage. And then, yeah, you could filter that in-game and stuff, but I don't know. Definitely a niche spec. I would say you shouldn't have more than one in your raid. That's for sure. And then you have a freak that enjoys this, Frago, yeah? And then no one else needs to think about it. And yeah, they can try. If it's good, you bring it in. If it's not good, you don't bring it in. And that's it. Because I don't think many people enjoy this spec when it's meta. In M Plus may be different, but I don't know. In M Plus also, you don't really do anything with it that much, I guess. I don't know. I guess maybe you're shifting sands, how you apply it or something could be a big deal, or when you use your breath, but then other people need to align themselves to the augmentation. I think that's really annoying as well. Like as a mage, if I need to think about, oh, when is my augmentation's breath ready? I don't know, bro. I'm okay to do that with PI. I see BA doing it with breath because some other person's CD might be ready, yours is not ready, and then he uses it, that other person looks good, you look shit. Like even if it's calculated in the meter, you will see who the augmentation got damage from, and then there you look shit, and there needs to be that communication done all the time. I don't know. I just dislike it. I think it's just shit. Cut this spec. I would any fucking like give me like the choice between an augmentation and like a rogue or something, or someone that does just damage. Or like devastation, I guess. I'll always pick devastation without a doubt. No question in my mind. Assuming they are equally good, right? Okay. Fady, is there any plan to show any love whatsoever to Horde players? Sure, we're getting revamp of Kel'Thuzad, but the Alliance is getting lion's share of the content as well. Release what else is a new Demon Hunter player race with no plan to add an additional one for the Horde. Seems that we're going Horde lands, we're catering to Alliance. You see how many of us feel slighted, and I'm wondering if that will be addressed. I think for a long time the game had more Horde players than Alliance, and since then they have like continuously made Alliance better, I think, in all aspects, in terms of ratios and everything. That's what I felt like in the like last few expansions. But maybe I'm wrong. What are you guys saying? Is Alliance generally better than Horde? If you consider everything, the lore, the ratios, like, does it feel better to be on the Alliance side? I think so. Or? Like the whole dwarf thing, like a night elf was like massive. Every MDI you would just see dwarves and night elves. Like, then story-wise, I think as well, there's like more always with every character, like Anduin, Alliance, you know. I don't know. I guess Sylvanas is technically Horde, but isn't she? No, I don't know what Sylvanas is. Is that she's Horde, but she's an Alliance faction, right? Like, isn't she like an elf, an undead elf? I don't know what Sylvanas is, I guess, but feels more Alliance to me than Horde. Like, I don't think of Sylvanas and be like, yeah, that's the Horde. I don't know. Our troll and goblin good ratios. Let's go Blood Mallet, dude. Arcane Mage. Racials. Where is it? Void Elf, Human, Gnome, Mecha Gnome, Nightborn. I don't even know what Nightborn is. I guess that's Alliance. And then Magar Orc is the next. Why is there no percentile difference compared to the top? Sometimes I don't understand. Like, people make these websites. Amazing data, great stuff. Why wouldn't you... Yeah, this is nice. They have percents here. I guess they just forgot or something. I guess you can't sim without a racial? Probably can. You could say base and then see the percentages. Whatever. No flame. But yeah. Nightborn is Horde? Oh, really? What does Nightborn even do? I don't even know. Nightborn racial. Nightborn is Horde. It's Alliance, bro. You're cooked still, suit. Need to go back to Classic. Oh. No, I don't want to watch a video. Mail access, that's actually pretty OP. Arcane damage and snare sum. It says by 50%, but here it says 80% for 8 seconds. Is this on a global? Anyone knows if this is on a global? Check the passive. Inscription skill. Increase magic damage by 1%. Okay. There's arcane damage seen by 1%. That's interesting. Nightborn is Horde. Oh, it's allied race. Wait, did I read allied race as alliance race? It's fine, guys. I'll go back to Classic. I haven't race swapped since a long time. Not gonna lie, so I haven't considered it. But yeah, but Arcane Pulse, is it on a global or not? It should be out of global city. Ah, it is, okay. Shows a version, Horde Alliance races. Yeah, you're right, you're right. I know about Void Elf because it's like really strong, right? But I don't know. Nightborn, I do not care because like when a race is just providing damage, I do not care about the race. Because like you do your sims, do people figure it out? I don't need to think about it, you know. But when they do something like Void Elf, I need to know about it. Because that's something you solve raid mechanics with. That's why I had no idea about this one. But this one would have been interesting if this was out of global on Aras, actually. On global, it's not really worth. You can also just use Blast Wave. That's the same thing. High Mountain for the dash was actually interesting on Razageth. Because you could, the dash like knocks down things or something. And you could use it on Razageth on the orbs that you needed to CC. And also you could use it for the winds as well, for the pushback. But for the pushback, it wasn't like great or anything. Mainly for the orbs. It was nice to just have another CC. It was like War Stomp, but on top of that, also the movement. Knockback nullification. Yeah, I know. That one was definitely considered also for the Nexus King knock up on for the soak and breast. Oh shit! Today I was gonna talk about the classes and talk about Soul Hunters Mythic and Nexus King Mythic. I can make like a mini guide. We got completely lost. Where am I even? What was I even doing? How did I even get here? Oh, we were reading questions. Holy fuck. Dude, I was in this post, and at the start of it, I clicked on this forums and we got lost. Okay. Yeah, let's fast track a bit. And then we do a quick guide on Soul Hunter's Mythic. Also, it's kind of prep for tomorrow. Actually, no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow we do Fractillus. Oh, fuck. I need to tomorrow figure out how we're going to do Fractillus, what kind of V-card we're using and all of that. Something gay harem, looking up light race. Yeah, it's true. Sorry. Returning things of notch. These hero and mythic upgrade tracks will extend 2 upgrades. Also, hero gear can also be upgraded more. Interesting. Craft items will be recraftable with an augmentation matrix for additional power. Yep. As of the week of October 20. You know what would be nice if they just made the items just automatically higher eye level if you crafted it, but yeah, it's fine. As of the week of October 21, the cap for Crest is lifted, and I never reached the cap anyway, so it's good. And Valdisos become warbound for the remainder of the season. Plus drop rates for... Interesting that they still cap Valor Stones. Like, what's the point of that? You could argue what's the point of Valor Stones, but at least lift the cap just like you do for Crest. I don't know. Or put like, I don't know, 20k cap or something if you're worried about some exploit or something. I don't know. A plus drop rates for Warband until equipped gear also being doubled. Ooh. Ethereal Void Sprinters, maybe. I think this Warband until equipped gear is really tilting experience as well. I understand the point that it's like supposed to help you consider or like incentivize leveling alts. But well, first of all, leveling alts is like I think there's many barriers to that outside of gear. I think gear is more the fun bit. But let's say if you really wanted to do it, I think what you should be able to do is select an alt of yours, and then you're farming gear like specific to that. Like let's say I only get rogue gear from this. Right now you get any random gear. I don't know, bro. What the fuck? Like, I'm not gonna randomly play a shaman or something, you know? Like, I don't need a male item. I don't know. It's weird to me. Mostly because it just fills my bags, right? But I'm like, oh, what if I play? And then I don't really. Shaman you. Yeah, exactly. Who played that? That's disgusting. Week of 21, the Ethereal Void Splinters maybe are... What is that? Ethereal Void Splinters? To fuel the catalyst. Ah, okay. Twitch drop. Get Lil Coley, the Baby Pit Lords, October 1. That's insane. This is incredible. I think this is the best thing. And you see, guys, to do it, there's only a list of pre-qualified selected streamers that can give you the spec, and I'm the only one on the list. Unfortunate, but it's fine. I'll make the sacrifice and I'll stream for 4 hours this month. I'll do it. Classic Landfall content update is now live. Mist of Pandaria. That's also another thing. Like with all these versions, a lot of them are unfortunately overlapping. It would have been much nicer if MOP came out after the race ended instead of before the race. Because now a lot of us didn't play it and are probably not going to play. But if it was after the race, like maybe a week after, I think a lot of us would have considered it. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. This Brewfest, does this do anything? I don't think so. WoW Classic Progression Game Services. It's weird that they call MOP still classic. It's confusing me. When I think of WoW Classic, I'm thinking of level 60 stuff. Bring back Brawlers Guild to retail. I don't remember what the Brawlers Guild was about. I remember like fighting these single bosses as a single player. Is that Brawlers Guild? Because that was really cool. It was like solo challenge mode. Yeah, that I think is really good, and I wish they would do more of that stuff. I think that should also reward you with things, not just fame or whatever. Transmog. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that kind of content. It was cool, but it was not cool to wait 30 minutes to get to try it again. Yeah, I think it shouldn't be just, yeah, I don't care personally about like the whole stage part and the immersive, like everyone is watching you and you're attempting it. I just would like to be able to just instantly enter and fight a boss and try to defeat all the bosses, basically. I like the Delve Nemesis fights, but getting only one per season is... Oh yeah, I didn't do that yet as well. True. Give you a month at the end. Yeah, I remember the queues and stuff. Trying to do it in the night and shit. Yeah. I didn't do it that much. I don't think I finished it or anything, but it was good. What I didn't like about Brawlers Guild is I think it like scaled. Sorry, it didn't scale with your gear. If I remember it right, you could just do it later with more gear and you were just stronger and it was easier. That was like weird to me, I think. I think it was like that, no? Wasn't it like super easy later on or something? Yeah, you could overgear and make it easier. Yeah, that is just that's a very big turnoff for me. I don't know. It's nice for us losers. Yeah. Like the age-old problem in an MMO with played with so many players. Do you make hard content or do you make easy content so everyone can play it? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Easy content just doesn't excite me. But I guess that is a way to do it so that you know the earlier you clear, the better you are. But then everyone gets to play it cleared eventually, kind of like the race. Yeah, sure, okay. For some reason with Brawlers Guild, that was a turn-off for me. Okay. Let's look at tomorrow's Fractillus. How do people do Fractillus nowadays? What kind of Vikar? Do we have the Echo Vikar out there? I have no idea. Fractillus, Echo Vikar. Northern Sky usually. We don't have a public one. Okay, great. Northern Sky raid tools add-on is required. Oh, this is a whole setup and everything, man. I just want the wall assigns. Put marks in these spots and do the weak cards. It's also different markers than we use. Interesting. It's not that I need to set it up only, it's also like everyone else in the raid needs to set it up, right? I'm thinking, is there an easy solution to this? Like, this shouldn't be that complex. I don't understand, really. You need an add-on and everything. We don't need Vicars. Oh, for this one, we need one, dude. Sorry. For Fractillus, we need a Vicara. It's the only thing that you need. Just communicate. Yeah. I don't think that's happening. Hmm. Because where you have so how many walls? Like, I CBA going there, and then we're wiping for 30 minutes and trying to figure out who didn't install the what version of whatever the fuck. I cannot be fucked with that. At that point, I would rather go Soul Hunters. I really dislike wiping to add-ons. It's just not fun. There should be a simple VCAR that just requires to have a node, and that's it. Like, I don't think you need anything else for this algorithm to work. I guess if you wanted some priority lists or something, but I don't think they are doing that. You can change the priority of one bringing left to right. Mythic, the default data follows echo skill. Aha. Oh wait, this is mainly made for Mythic packs, so you don't have to install 2 different packs. So in theory, you could use or just use. Wait, hold up. I think if I just get this, maybe it works, guys. Echo Rituals have one? Wait, I'm gonna ask our guys. Do we have a public Fractillus wall assigner? Hey, we did use something for heroic. Maybe we can have ours. Might even have something where you just need the VCAR. You don't even need a note, actually. Depends on if our VCAR guy's cooked. No, Shalfu, the ass list gets communicated from the leader when you don't have the ass list. There's a version like that for heroic. It initially bugged, but I don't know what they did after. If they fixed it or if they abandoned the project. Everyone needs to learn Skywalker, but you don't need to have to do any node or stuff for it. Then you need the add-on though, I think. Or? By putting the following text anywhere into the MRT node. I don't know. I'll just ask our guys. I think we might have a solution for this already. All good. All right, let's look into Soul Hunters. Somebody had even linked me some logs and stuff to look at. I was gonna see what people have struggles with. Sec. I made a post. Oh, I also made a post about what people want us to do. This is also something interesting to discuss. I have some time. This is very interesting to me. What events we should do outside of WoW Race of Warfare? More WoW events was the biggest thing, followed very closely by Final Fantasy blind raids, and everything else was very secondary. I saw 2 times like Lost Ark or something. Destiny has a raid. What? I think Lost Ark could be a thing, but I heard there's a lot of effort. So maybe if he gets sponsored or something, I don't know. Of course, Liquid speedrun the current raid. I don't know, doing multiple guilds, it's nice in theory, but it's really hard to organize. There needs to be some sort of sponsorship or something for that always, so that people are interested. Otherwise, it's like, oh, who's gaining how much from this? Is it worth doing it? Like, I don't know. I remember Paragon doing this in SC back in the day. It was hype. I think like Blizzard or something needs to organize that. And they do it sometimes. Blind cooking. Pretty sure they killed Destiny 2. Everyone seems to be hating on Destiny 2, by the way. I don't know what's going on. I think when you are very new to the game, none of these things matter. And everyone is like mad about something and you have no clue what. And you can just go and enjoy the game. But yeah, the pros playing Destiny 2, a lot of them are mad. Going down the toilet. I'm pretty sure the raids are going to be still sick. That's my guess. But yeah, there's probably some shitty systems. Going down hard. Like, what is going down the toilet hard exactly? I keep seeing it. I don't know what the problem is, though. Like, how can they mess it up so badly? Is it like a lot of unfun farm to do? Or what is it? I heard the raid was really fun. That's the last feedback I got. I think they have similar thing like fated raids, right? Where they revamp an old raid or a mixture of old raid bosses and put them into a raid tier kind of thing. Yeah, I get it, but I mean, it's still better than nothing, I would say. Oh, live non-blind program of the next savagery. That's not gonna happen, most likely, yeah. OSRS hardcore. That could be fun. T awaits 9 months to prepare for Destiny 2 raid. Tomorrow the new epic raid, which is an interesting concept. I always love seeing you guys take on Final Fantasy. Lost Ark again. Stop taking unethical sponsors. What exactly is unethical? Like, what is this guy talking about? He has no idea what he's saying. He's like looking at posts like 10 years ago when G2A launched that there was like some people doing shady shit. Like, if there's anything going on that is shady at G2A, please immediately email us. I don't think you will find anything. The same amount maybe that you find on eBay as well. Like, people do weird shit on eBay as well, but you still go to eBay, you know, if you use that. Or Amazon, like. People have no fucking clue what they're talking about. It's crazy. You see you hitting some blind savage ultimate super watch. Probably spam, holy fuck. This guy got the clean thing, and this guy got probably spam. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of doing something maybe about Legion Remix. Like, would guarantee do something if it was global release, by the way. If you're talking about it, and Roger was just fully in shambles, dude, when he heard that it's not global release. The full officer team, they were shocked to hear it, actually. It's so pretty old. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fine. Whatever. Impact that people get through Echo RT. Yeah, but how did I get here? Yeah, I wanted to look at the Soul Hunter stuff. Oh, what the fuck? This post initially had like very low engagement, and then suddenly people did look into it, I guess. And P1 is pretty hard, but we're through it. P2 seems easy. Please tell me P3 isn't too bad. P2 is very easy. But P3, a little hard, but not as hard as P1. Wait, why can't I respond? Not as hard as P1, but definitely harder than P2. Watch Lost Ark raid videos. Hashtag trust you. I have no doubt that Lost Ark rating is good. My problem is getting to Lost Ark rating. That's the problem that I have. I think it's too much grind. That's what I've been told all the time. That's my concern. I know a couple of people have already mentioned, but players trying mightily with not getting toasted by beams in P1. Messages everything name. Okay, so the weird thing about Nexus King P1 is that I cooked a strat, guys, pretty much solo, I'm not gonna lie. And I asked for feedback from the whole fucking guild. Nothing. We went to the race, we started playing it. It was like not working as I exactly imagined, but it was mainly working. And then everyone just took the strat, I think. Like, I have no idea if this is good. I have no idea if the strat is good. We're just doing it. Everyone's playing it, I think, but I don't know. Like, Liquid just went there and they copied us, I think, our P1. Fully one-to-one from what I know. But I have no idea if this is good or not. Liquid Nexus King. At least when I checked them out during the race, it was full copy. You say one-shot, but I think it's like, it feels really shit. Like, it's the hardest part of the fight for sure. And I feel like there was like 0 iteration on this strat. There must be a better way, no? Oh, they are doing it different, actually. They waved around here a lot longer than we would. We would have been here a long time ago. That's interesting. But aside from that, it's the same thing. Wondering why they chose to not copy that part as well, I guess. I don't know. One cool addition to this strat is that you could soak twice in a row. That could make it easier. Oh, they are actually using an immunity to help the tank. I did propose this. Oh no, he just did it because he failed. Never mind. Oh. Okay, I thought there was something smart going on here. I don't think so. Maybe if it is planned, maybe it is smart, actually. I don't know. Not sure what to think of that. But yeah, you could help the tank with an immunity and act as an external. But yeah. Okay, so that's the same. Let's look at, like, I don't know, Fat Shark. Yes, they will have seen all the Nexus King, all the strats, and pick the best one, surely. $625 views. Yeah, boss kill videos don't get many. Oh, it's my goat Norskin. They don't get many views, sadly. With the race first being a thing. I mean, they do the same thing as well, it seems. They're also less aggressive in moving in here. That's interesting. I think I drilled this a bit much in our team, so people just do it. Wait, are we also doing this, dude? There's no way. Echo and Nexus King. I haven't, I guess, checked if everyone is doing this strat properly, as long as they don't get hit, but I think we are all moving after the first frontal latest. Did we get a soak first? Okay, that's fine. Let's see, one with frontal first. Now everybody should move. Yeah, look, we are a lot more coordinated here. Everyone moves after the first frontal. I guess that's the one thing the other teams don't do. I think our strat is better, but yeah. Whatever. Doesn't really matter much. As long as you get there on time. Okay, we're a little bit stuck on Soul Hunters with future process. Like a detail touch on handling debuffs. Wire 3, not 2 players, and maybe perspective if it would be better to let the healer play that in terms of more gear. If it would be better to let the healer play that in terms of more gear. Healers have more gear? I'm lost a bit. If anyone understands, translate please. Beams and Nexus King, how to bait them properly. But yeah, Soul Hunters, Y3, not 2 players. I actually don't know if it resets with 2. Do the stacks reset with 2 players? If you dispel that often, I would think not. But I don't actually know. Look at that, the dispelling was mostly Roger, guys. I take the Nexus King P1. It's not a great strat, but it was me. But Soul Hunters is mainly Roger, I would say. Let's just take this Soul Hunter kill. Debuffs. Then which one is it? Is it Unending Hunger? Yeah. No, wait, it's not. Wait. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's no way it would be. I mean, you would stack too high. That's why you can't have 2 players. Okay. Somebody maybe replied already. Nope. Healing logs instead. We look at that in a sec. Let's just open it up. We really wish you review logs about 100 pulls and we had problems with regression. 100 pulls on what? Soul Hunters or that's a lot. Yeah, that's something we can look at for sure. I think I can help on that. What is the most reliable way to help your raiders to not get hit by Besiege or Nexus King? That's rough. Honestly, mostly skill issue. I don't know if they're the tactic. And also, like, good raid leading is very good as well on this. Every time you bait the breaths, you gotta say ready to move, and then you say and go and soak. Like move and soak and live. That's the calls. Or you say and moving after, not soaking the next, soaking now, and then just dodging now and prepare for the dragons. Or like dragon spawning or something. So good raid leading in the moment is actually very nice on this boss. Because like you can't have a V-card do those calls. The boss does random casts. I mean, the V-card does say soak or don't soak, I guess. But you can call things ahead of time if you're smart, right? So, probable spam. Okay, just pinging people. Let's look at Soul Hunters first. Let's look at this guild that has 100 vibes almost on Soul Hunters, sir. They go to 18% is their best pool. It looks like they are wiping to all sorts of places. Let's do a quick, like, deaths with... I mean, you could kill this with a person dead at this point. So I'm checking 3 deaths. And they're dying to eradicate mostly. Okay. This is mainly, I would guess this is the eradicate that's happening with all the explosions. Although it could be all of them, I guess. I was told that this eradicate is always aimed at people who hold the ire. I don't think that's true, but I haven't double checked. Like I didn't. Is that true? This is aimed at people that hold the ire? Really? Interesting. Okay, I didn't actually realize this until someone DM'd me about it recently. But I was like, is that really true? I didn't think about it. But I mean, race was over, so there's not really a play. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to like reanalyze it with that information to see if there is a play, I guess. You can't really position it. I see. Interesting. But still having those people not near melee is, I guess, a thing that makes it easier. Maybe, I don't know. Or be really close to melee. I don't know where they spawn, I guess. They spawn near the person with the ire, that could be a thing, but I think this is easy to get distracted by. Also to need to look at the hunts. And honestly, it looks like a lot of the people are just dying to just standing in shit. I don't want to say it, guys, but the one button rotation would help, yeah. No meme. I think this looks like just people focusing too much on their DPS. Like these dodges, they are not easy, but they're not that hard that you should die from as a DPS. Because you can, every time these are happening, you can just stop DPSing and just look, and then you cannot really die to them. You don't need to be using one orientation all the times. When you need to focus, just press that button. Really. Oh, can you swap on and off? I've never tried it. I thought you gotta like commit to it at the start of the pull. It's just a button. Oh shit, that's OP, dude. Then I think legit we could use it as well, yeah. I guess to see debuffs icon on my party frame and you answer to fix it. I don't use LUI on the frames, dude. I don't know. I just use it for social stuff. And then the hunts, I don't know how people are doing it, but the way you're supposed to do it is by immuning when you can. That's the big thing. And communicating that. And then the first person that can't immune goes to melee. The second person that can't immune goes to ranged. And the third person, if they can't immune either, they get the TD in our case. And we have 2 evokers. But if you have only 1 evoker, what's your other healer? You could, I guess, Bob Sacrifice or GA, the other one, or just keep some people that can help the last person. But it's a bit more rough with only 1 TD. You could also go for 2 charges of TD. That should make things easier as well. I don't know if Hunter Turtle works on the charge. We didn't have a Hunter. They have 4. That's wild. Is Hunter good nowadays for this fight? Not bad. Turtle works. Then they should have not that hard of a time on this fight. Oh wow, on their best pull, they actually just died to tank death. That's Saj. Or second best pull. Hunt. I'll rush. Oh, what the fuck? Their mages are playing Arcane as well. That's 2 GGs in this group, dude, right there. Definitely not the play. No Havoc. He's a bad man. Oh, yeah. I guess DH tank is squishier, right? Dying to I-beam. Oh, 2 healers dead in total. He died to Fell Rush. Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to help a guild specifically, I guess, without seeing their VODs, I think. Like from logs, you can't really tell much. Except for, I mean, yeah, if somebody's failing a lot, you can see that. I mean, yeah. Like, if I had to guess, I think Cherry Mage is playing better than Zerp. But that's not really gonna help the guild too much. Yeah, I think I'll just go over the... Wait, let's look at these logs as well. These guys did... oh, it's like a personal log or something. I can apply to Echo. I am survival hunter. I mean, honestly, bro, if I'm gonna be straight up honest with you, we're not really gonna look at people right now unless they are like really, really good. So, but the fact that you wrote I am survival hunter, I'm gonna assume you're not that good. So I don't want to just like waste your time by you applying and then... Okay, he was trolling me. He just yeah, okay. Here I am giving you a nice explanation of like, I don't want to waste your time. You know, I'm like thinking, is it worth to, you know, let him know? And it's just him trolling me, dude. ICBA. My god, playing Fire Mage. That's right, dude. That's how you do it. It's surprising that most of the deaths are just standing in shit and not like getting consumed by the boss with a single target on the dispelling guys or something like that. Or like people standing in poop or something. No, they just get hit by stuff. That's weird, bro. That's like that because it's an easy fix, guys. Yeah, you just stop damaging and you just move. This is like a basics issue. This is for really, yeah. Not again. Got me once. I play Holy Priest. You have to assume I'm just trolling at times. That's right. That's right. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna look at our kill video and I explain how to do these fights. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Wait, let's go scribe soul hunters actually. Experiencing interruptions. Okay, so on this boss, one thing you probably want to do is different nameplates for them. This looks a bit too similar with the yellow and green, so I would put something else. Nameplate colors, I mean. Aside from that, UI-wise, as a raid leader, you want to track your team's immunities. And also big personals you want to track as well. I would say if you track every immunity and dispersion, that's good enough. That's kind of what I did on the raid frames. I did not... When I'm saying track it, I'm talking about the cooldown of it, not the uptime. The uptime you should track anyways. Otherwise, what are you doing in this game? It's the cooldown. You need to know that they can immune or they can't. Yeah, in an ideal world, people would say it themselves, but they won't. So as the raid leader, you do it. So when the fight begins here, you see I'm tracking all the stuff on the raid frames here. You can do this with echo raid tools, anchor it to your raid frames. I think there's probably other VCars or something you can do as well. I don't care if you use echo raid tools. And you can also track it separately. I also track it separately, like here. So, yeah, just have it in both places. And then, actually, one mistake that I did is I track a lot of things on my raid frames. In this fight, I would reduce it to track this stuff and the ire holders and the hunt targets. After that, I would not track much. Like this consume stacks, for example, here. Even who soak the souls, I don't think you really need. I mean, you can, maybe smaller. And then these consume stacks. Oh, did I already disable them? Oh, apparently I did. I am, I guess. Maybe good. I don't know yet. Yeah, consume just happened. Yeah, I guess I am a good player. Yeah, don't track it. Like all these stacks and stuff. You don't want to have that. The slow. You don't want to have that. You don't want to have your raid frame covered. And then you want to see the prey. And as soon as the let me start with the prey mechanic, and then I'll go back into the fight. As soon as you get this mechanic, you want to tell this person to either go immune, and the people should know that if they can immune, they do it. You're just mainly telling it for the raid as well, so that they know what this person is going to do. Instead of trying to position themselves inside, they know they can just keep DPSing and wait for the next guy. And the next guy knows that melee, for example, is not taken. So this guy cannot immune, so I'll tell Suri melee, as soon as this happens. He goes to melee and stretches it through melee. That's the goal. Then the second guy is Charmy. So I know he's a Shadow Priest and he can disperse. So I'll tell him to disperse and also give him TD. I think we start with Hank's TD always first. Not sure. Oh, no, it was Velo's TD first. Okay. And then third guy is Stove. He, with Astro Shift and TD, it's hard to live, I would say. Because you see here, dispersion and TD, and Charmy got hit to like here. So it's pretty big hit. Like maybe with Astro Shift, TD, it could work. I don't know. He probably also faded here, so a bit rough. I never risked it with Shamans. I'll tell him to go ranged, and then ranged people help him. And he will also try. He'll still pop his Astro Shift, by the way. But, there are people helping him, so he's fine. If he, let's say, got Seri, Stove, and Zatsi, then we would do Seri to melee, Stove to range, and then Zatsi also to ranged, help if you didn't help yet, and also TD Zatsi, and he Astro Shifts as well. And then if one or two people help him, that's enough. You just need, like, anyone, And someone could also help with an immunity technically, but like this, as long as anyone helps him, he will be fine. Or two people ideally, because Shaman is still a good option. Like it could have been, I don't know, a weaker class, or maybe like a Druid, for example, is not as good, right? If Seri was a third guy, that would have been not that great. God damn it! I need to disable this weaker. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's go back. That's how you handle the hunts, though. And I have a TD assigned to each hunt. But if you don't have two evokers, of course, it's a bit harder. Yeah, it depends on how desperate you get. You can use, I don't know, Iron Bug Sacrifice together, or Guardian Spirit, or whatever you have, PS, like whatever your guys are playing. But it's obviously longer CD, so it's a bit harder. But there is like 2 minutes roughly between the phases, I think, or something. So it's as long as it's below that, it's fine. Else you might need to alternate things. But always use a TD first. It's great. Then we go back and look at the other parts of the fight. So the Ayers, we have a VCAR for them. I'm sure there's other VCARs for them that tell you when to get dispelled and stuff like that, and who's next up. But basically, you always get dispelled before the void step. That's the timing we thought was the best. It was honestly mostly Roger looking at this, and he thought this was the best time. Yeah, it proved to be good. And what we also have is every time you get dispelled, you have a macro you press that pings yourself, and I think also your partner, or both of you ping yourself. I'm not sure. I think you just ping yourself, yeah. Because actually, I don't know. But at least ping yourself so that the people can see you easily. And then the way we also did it was in each group there's a healer. So if a dispel is needed, they can dispel. And ideally, though, everyone can just dispel themselves. So if you have dwarves in the guild, you would put the dwarves into the second spot, at least, so that when a healer is involved, he can always dispel, if it is himself or the person he's taking from. But when he's not involved, he doesn't need to give a shit about it. Fight is already a bit rough for the healers because they are like having to look at frames and also under them. Like a lot of things to dodge. So this way you can keep them out. If you have dwarves, it will always be ready when you need to dispel. It's both you and next. I see shuffle, yeah. That makes sense. And with the pings, you can find your partner easier, and you're supposed to use different pings for different groups, right? So you can use like the green guys go to green guys, the orange guys go to orange. You see what we do here. And you do the dispel right before the void step. We have an extra big Vix timer for that. You don't really need it. You can just do it based on the void step. You can even make a simple VCAR. You don't need like a crazy VCAR as well. You can just have a VCAR check void step. Like if there's a big Vix bar named void step and the timer is below 5 seconds, pop a text saying dispel soon or something, or dispel macro, and then you press your macro as well. It reminds you. You get the pings, you go to each other, and then you could have the timer of this bar there. Ideally, you're doing it a bit smarter and -1 it, because you don't want to do it right before, like right here. You want to do it a tiny bit before. You can do that as well with the VCAR, but a bit harder to make. And then, but the rest is super easy, right? If text contains void step, show the text on your screen when it's less than 5 seconds left. And after that, here your raid leader should definitely call, like, just focus on dodging here. And this seems to be the main killer of raid groups, guys. The dodging. The trick here is to not damage and just walk. You see, Gingy used a non-DPS GCD here. He used a blazing barrier right here, even though he's at max HP, because he didn't want to risk anything. He's playing safe. You know, a mage would not press this CD if he was not playing safe. There was other things to press. But you play it safe here. And you have the heal absorbs, so you can call this nicely for your healers. And the IR people immediately go soaking. The more you soak early, the better it is. Because you have very little time here. You get pulled in and you have the charges after. And here the IR people should not be helping. They keep soaking the pools. They also won't get targeted by the prey, by the way. And the prey, I explained how to play. And yeah, the souls, I would assign who should soak these. We have them here. It's always the tanks and the DH and rogue we put, but yeah, doesn't really matter. Anyone that's tanky and a good player, I would say. Probably melee though. Because they are generally tankier. And also in all the healing zones. And then right after that, you do the dispels again. That's why also you want to be quick with the pulls, because the next pull's are already coming. And after that, this repeats the exact same thing. There's nothing to really look at here. Yeah. Just at the end, there's one more rate damage and some cones for dodging. And here the call is right after the heal absorbs go through, you heal a bit, And here the call is to go towards the middle and prepare to spread your marker. You will have a VCAR, I'm assuming, that puts you to a marker with your friends, because the game is not reworked yet. But you like Gingy should have been already near the middle a bit more here. Like he should be here, and then he can move to green easier without panic. During this, you want to soak as early as possible. I mean, it's the same thing. Sorry, guys. You guys know this shit. I don't think there's anything special, except do know that you can cleave this guy on the top here. Like this mage is spreading his ignite to the top guy. They have a massive hitbox, and he melee can also cleave this very easily by if they were standing here. But obviously you're assigned to a marker, so just do that first, like prior to mechanics. But there's nothing really special here. It's just play good. You're chained, obviously, but you know that. And same thing, there's nothing to speak about. Second intermission. Same as heroic, except for your chained, right? And the thing here is basically don't panic. If you are getting hit by 2, like obviously try to move in your line, right? These are standard rules for these mechanics. But if you're getting hit by 2 and it looks like it's rough to dodge, just use a personal and you should live. Let's see if there's an example of that. Maybe here, if he's panicking. No, he did not panic. He did use a mage armor only. Yeah, but if there is something, you just pop a greater invis, you just pop something and you will be fine. Like if moving is too rough. If you don't use something and you get hit by 2, you will die. So yeah, just don't do that. But the rest is again the same. And then the last phase, or last intermission rather. Wait. Oh shit, the bosses are low. Okay, so here the rules are you're stacked up. You want to be near the middle here, so you can just go to any direction easily. And then you go always to the guy wherever he jumps the first time. We always said everyone always go left of him, just to be keeping it consistent. And because we're in the middle, it doesn't matter. And then you make a choice. If he leaps anywhere close like this, you would go to it. If it would leap far away, you just stay here, far away. And it's melees won't be able to hit him, but a lot of times there's the guys upstairs above you that you can hit instead. And it's just a lot easier not to chase him. But here it's close to us, so we will go with him. And now ideally it leaps away. Yep, now we should just stay here. And melees can also hit these guys super easy. Right after this, it's an interesting dispel coming. And here this, I think, was done first by Liquid. You don't have to do it, but it makes things easier. Is everyone that has the dispel and everyone that should get the dispel, they all just move left of the group. You see the group, you see the dispels, and then they get mass dispelled here. There's a lot of damage, but it's fine. It doesn't kill you, and it guarantees the 3 people swapping to the 3 other people. Because if you had the debuff, you were ineligible to get it. So it won't jump from Sari to Ryzen here, or Sari to Rosatzi here, even if Zatzi is the closest. And the Master Spell guarantees that it swaps to the next 3 people. And here, the next hunt, I would say, like, you really want to get the immunity guys, if possible. If unlucky, I would suggest even sacrificing people here if your damage is not, like, complete garbage. Because at this point, it should be fine if you lived. Yeah, like mostly just sacrifice or immune. Maybe take 1 to the melee team, depending on your damage. But the next 2, I would just sacrifice. Like Sarah gets it, fuck it, just go die. You know, or give him. You can give him the TD and pray. But yeah, like obviously in the War First level, we make sure everyone lives, but you don't need to do that. Like even on this poll for the Race of War First, we didn't really need them alive. We could have just killed them. And you'll probably lose more often people to this than you gain. Yeah. Like here, Mason almost died, for example, right? And here, did anyone almost die? Oh, yeah, it was safe, but yeah. And then at the end, you of course want to kill the guy that leaps around because it's coning the whole field first. And then you want to kill the other guys if your damage is low, or you could kill all at the same time if damage doesn't matter. But if you have to, like, if you're not killing the cone guy, let's say 5 seconds from now, it will cone the whole raid and then you will die. So you want to kill him first if your damage is low. And that's it. Yeah. I would say this fight is easier than people imagine. I don't know. You just need to have the people doing the tasks like fully understand what they need to do and have some nice recaras telling them, yeah, this spell's coming soon. Plan on doing soul hunters tomorrow. No, I think we're gonna do Fractillus first. It's just it seems a lot easier with everyone. But after Fractillus, if we're good, we might do it. I just need to set up a recara package for it or something and say what we're gonna use. Yeah, that's it. Hope that helps. Probably gonna put it on YouTube as well. And can link it. Or you can watch the VOD later if you tune in late or something, or you can link it to your guildmates, whatever it is, I don't care. Thinking about how this went, I feel like maybe the Nexus King I just record outside of the stream and just pop it on YouTube. Because it's mainly just a monologue anyways. There's no point to stream it if I'm not going to interact with chat, kind of. Right? I don't know. Feels like that to me. It's also a bit more detailed, so yeah, I think I'm going to do that. But yeah, I love this kind of stuff, dude. My ideal life would be just a raid in World of Warcraft, progress rating, and then once progress rating is done, I go to Final Fantasy progress rating, then go to Destiny 2 progress rating, then go to, like, I don't know, some more chill WoW classic progress rating or something, and then like Season of Discovery or something, and then go back to the race. Make with Roger, like old fat boss guides, 2 guys yapping. Oh shit, nah, bro. Roger's guides are just way too detailed. Way too detailed. If I get Roger, you know, like, how long did this take? Like 4 or 5 minutes? It would be like at least 15. I'm telling you, at least 15 minutes. He would have, for example, told you that this boss is always gonna be going on that rock over there. And you can orientate that from that if you want, or he will tell you that the 2 bosses will always dash through the middle and be on the other side. But like, you don't care about this stuff. It doesn't matter. It won't. Like, a lot of people just do not give a fuck about this. Or, I mean, I don't think he believes in it yet still, but that the images spawn in a triangle when they are charging people. I don't know. I mean, I guess that I could have said, but still, it's just so, like, he is super detailed, bro. I think he overestimates the attention span of people. I think it's like any info is good info, but sometimes it's not good to have the full detail, you know, because it takes away from the important stuff. Yeah, but Roger could do some good in-depth guides like those. I know Dratnos does those as well. Roger could do those like double the length, no problem, dude. Holy fuck. From like different POVs, the DPS POV, healer POV, tank POV. To refine the info Roger, and I give him exactly. I'm the summarizer. Okay. What else were we gonna do today? I was on this post. Yeah, we went through that. I wanted to check out Legion Remix, exactly like how that will work, because I'm thinking we could do some like nice little event for that. Maybe a small competition between the players playing or something like that. It could be Echo internal, or it could be to the public as well. I'm thinking more internal to make it easy to manage. But what even exists? Like, is there? Maybe I should watch a WoW remix. WoW Legion remix. Summary or something. I don't know how to look for this. What is this, by the way? Do I get? I'm pretty sure this is a premium account I'm on. I still get sponsored things. Like, how can I pay to not get this shit? Paid by Riot Games. It's weird. Like, it's not. This is not a premium account? Wait, I'm gonna change my account and see. Oh yeah, it was not. That's weird. I thought I had that account under premium. I need to double check, I guess. Yeah, okay, this is a premium, and indeed I'm not getting them. Yeah, I definitely dislike that shit. Okay, Mr. GM, my goat. Complete overview. Let's get it.
To another video. Today we are going to talk about Legion Remix, and in this video we're going to go through everything you need to know about this brand new game mode coming to the game in patch 11.2.5. This is probably going to be a pretty long and detailed video, so hopefully I can cover everything that you need to know about this new feature coming to World of Warcraft. But before we jump into that, guys, I do want to give a massive thank you to the sponsor of this video, and that is boot.dev. This video is sponsored by boot.dev, the smartest way that I've found to stick to learning to code. Boot.dev teaches back-end development in Python, SQL, and Go by having you build real projects and not just watch tutorials. The grind feels way less painful because they use game mechanics. You earn XP, level up, complete quests, and even fight bosses while you learn. If you ever get stuck, you've got Boots, your AI bear wizard
That's
tutor
crazy.
who nudges you forward instead of giving you the answers. And there's a new training grounds for unlimited practice challenges. All the lessons are free to read and watch, but the full interactive experience unlocks with a membership. And you could get 25% off your first year on the annual plan by using my code MrGM. So check out the link in the description.
But actually, fighting bosses with code is already something we're doing. Oh, wait, my camera's still off. How do I manage this? Fighting bosses with code, that's exactly what WoW is all about, dude. So this is perfect for us, I think.
Description. And a huge thanks to boot.dev once again for sponsoring this video.
You don't need
so yes,
boot.dev.
Legion Remix is coming after the massive success of Mr. Pandaria Remix. We are getting a Legion version of this game mode. Now, there are some pretty substantial changes from Mists to Legion, and some of them are good, some of them are perhaps not so good, depending on how you look at it. And as mentioned, we are going to go through everything you need to know. So let's begin with talking about the release schedule.
Dude, we could get a sponsor like that, actually. I wonder if they are interested in this demographic, though. Interesting. Well, if they sponsor Mr. GM, they might be. I'll note it down somewhere.
So Legion Remix launches on October 7th or 8th, depending on your region. Now, what's different about Legion Remix is that it is going to be a phased release. Not all of the content will be available at the start of Legion Remix. So on October 7th, you will have the Skies of Fire phase. It says, take to the skies of the Broken Isles with the original Legion content and the Emerald Nightmare and Trial of Valor raid. 2 weeks later, we will get the Rise of the Nightfallen phase, which says continue the Nightfallen story with the Insurrection.
Maybe I wish he would have some text saying this.
Content and the Emerald Nightmare and Trial of Valor raid.
Okay.
2 weeks later, we will get the Rise of the Nightfallen phase, which says continue the Nightfallen story with the Insurrection campaigns and new world quests across the Broken Isles. It says re-experience the Legion Mega Dungeon with Return to Karazhan and take on the Nighthold raid. 2 weeks after that, on November 4th, we have Legionfall. It says establish a foothold on the Broken Shore, take on the Legion assaults, and fight your way into the Cathedral of the Eternal Night and the Tuma Sargeras raid. On November 18th, we have the final raid with Argus Eternal.
Mainly
It
interested
says
in the
replay
first
the
one.
Argus
Let's see.
remix. So let's talk about the content. Let's start with leveling. So leveling is pretty similar to Legion. So you actually have all races available. So yes, you can play a Dracthyr if you like, and some of the allied races which were introduced after Legion, and you are getting 5 more character slots. So if you are at the maximum of your characters, you're getting 5 more slots for Legion Remix. So for classes, it is a little bit more restrictive though, as Legion was pretty heavy on class content. Unfortunately, Evokers will not be available in Legion Remix. So you will be able to choose the original 12 classes from Legion, but Dracthyr Evokers will not be available. However, as mentioned, you can make the Dracthyr race. So you can make a Dracthyr Hunter, Dracthyr Warrior, or whatever, and pretend that Evokers are available. But yes, no Evokers in Remix. Now, leveling will be level 10.
Legion Remix is the same as Turbo Boost? No, isn't it Turbo Boost on October 21st or something? Yeah, and oh, one of the, yeah, exactly, bro. You're in shock now.
10 to 80, so you are starting at level 10. And yeah, leveling is pretty authentic to Legion. You will have access to all of the Broken Isle zones, which will be scaled, so you can just run around those and complete all the storylines and side quests and things like that. While leveling, you will notice a new thing called Time Warped Obelisks. These will spawn randomly in the world or from creatures, and basically these grant buffs, which will help you through your leveling adventure. So you're going to see a few of these, and there are various achievements linked to activating like a certain amount of those. Obviously, all of the original class halls will be available in Legion Remix, and the good thing here is that there is no mission table. So the mission table quests from Legion were definitely kind of a bit of a time gate in regards to having to wait for those quests to finish so you can continue your class hall campaign. In Legion Remix, these are automatically skipped, and actually when they're skipped, the Remix NPCs actually say like a little funny quip about them kind of being, you know, boring or whatever. So that's really great. You'll be able to complete the class hall quests a lot quicker than you would if you were doing them through retail. So let's talk about some of the unlock levels. So dungeons are available at level 10. Heroic dungeons will be available at level 20. Raiding is also available from level 20 with just normal raid.
What's the max level?
It's an
here?
LFR as far as I'm aware. And then world quests in Legion will unlock at level 30. If you want to do heroic or mythic raids or mythic dungeons, these will be available at max level at level 80. Now, if you remember the thread system from Mr. Pandaria Remix, where you basically...
That's super interesting. They made normal raids available at level 20. What the fuck? And then heroic and mythic at level 80.
Loot stats and things like that. That system is pretty much gone in Legion Remix. You do still loot infinite power, which we'll talk about in a bit, but the only stat that you actually loot and increase is your stamina, and this is not account wide. Again, more details on that once we get into the artifact weapon and things like that. But to stick with leveling, we also have a new system called Infinite Research Quests. These are daily quests that can stack up to 6 if you're a player that doesn't log in every day, which is really nice. These quests can range from like killing creatures, running dungeons or specific dungeons, raids, different skywriting activities, and various other things. There's actually over 100 different quests they've created for this, and you'll eventually get the ability to pick up more than one at a time, which is really good. And the rewards from this do give player power and will also give some account-wide XP boosts, which can definitely help you on your future alts. This is also going to be activity you do at max level as well to get gear, and just seems like a pretty cool thing, kind of like the kind of weekly World Soul activity quests, but obviously daily. XP. Speaking of XP boosts, there are various ways to increase your XP in Legion Remix, which is account-wide, which is nice. So completing the zone campaign will give you 10% extra XP per zone. Doing the intro quest will give you some extra XP as well. And your first character will actually get a 10% XP boost at level 40 and level 80 for your warband, which is great. And for every level 80 you level, you'll get an extra 10% XP to your warband. So yeah, that's how you get a lot of your XP buffs in Remix. Also, the Infinite Research quest will give you 1% per quest with a chance of another 1%. So basically like 2% per quest per day. It kind of builds up quite quickly, with the maximum being 400% XP that you can get. But I don't know if that'll be realistic to get during Remix, but maybe if you have a bunch of ults or something like that. But that's how you get a lot of the XP boosts during Remix. Another new feature, which is kind of leveling adjacent, is a new feature called Heroic World Tier. So this is available from level 10, and to enter Heroic World Tier, you click the Console of Infinite Chaos in the new Infinite Bazaar, which is just south of Dalaran, which is where all the vendors are and things like that. To exit Heroic World Tier at any point, you can simply just use your new spell, which is Temporal.
Wait, where is he right now? This is not south of Dalaran, is it? The map is like...
Retreat, or speak to the Spirit Healer when dead, or click the console once again, which will take you out of Heroic World Tier. But you will have to go back to the Infinite Bazaar to enter once more if you do want to join it again.
Is the island near it? Oh.
Now, when you're in Heroic World Tier, creatures will have more health and do more damage, which makes sense. Sometimes creatures will be empowered with affix-like buffs, empowering their difficulty and also their rewards. They have like a little icon above their head to notice that they are empowered. But you are going to get a lot more bronze, which is the currency to buy things, and infinite power, which we'll talk about in a minute, which is basically how you power up your artifact weapon. But while leveling in Heroic World Tier, your XP gains from kills will increase by 500%, which is a ton. Now, they made a ton of changes to this during PTR, which makes it a little bit more manageable, but I will say my experience with leveling with Heroic World Tier is that it is kind of hard and maybe not even worth it, but perhaps if you're a better player or a different class, it would be good. I'd certainly recommend doing it a little bit later into leveling. Obviously at level 10 you don't have your full class toolkit, which makes it a lot harder. Now, leveling and being in Heroic World Tier does not affect the gear rewards from quests and kills and things like that. It is all just the same, but as mentioned, it will drop extra bronze and power for your artifact. So really, when you're max level and a little bit more geared and a little bit more powerful, this is definitely going to be a pretty good way to farm bronze and to farm power for your artifact weapon, which we'll talk about now. Yes, the artifact weapon
probably makes it OP to level as a group. Like if you're a 5-man, you get 500% more XP, but the XP you lose is I don't know how much XP do you lose actually when you are grouped up. I think it's like half when you are 2 people, but then it's about the same after. I don't know, but either way, you would still gain this infinite power, the same amount. So you'd get like way more infinite power going into heroic tier with 5 people versus solo leveling in non-heroic tier.
Weapon. This is your cloak as such for Legion Remix, but of course it is using the artifact weapons from Legion, which is a major part of the original expansion. Now these are acquired very quickly from a questline at the start, which kind of reenact the Legion attacks on Dalaran, which is great, and it uses the original artifact appearances and names from Legion for each class and spec. And the great thing here is if you ever make an ult, you don't need to do that intro scenario every single time. You can skip right ahead and get your artifact weapon from the very start. Now, your artifact item level upgrades will come from an item called Artifactium Sand. Now, these will come from the Cache of Infinite Treasures, which will come from quest rewards and things like that. You'll get a ton of these while out in the world, and you just open those, and those have like items and a chance of Artifactium Sand. And they can also come from when you're scrapping gear or different mobs and things like that, which is great. So you're going to get quite a lot of this, and each time you use it, it does upgrade the item level of your artifact, which does cap out at item level 740, which is the maximum of Legion Remix of all gear across the board. Now, it's not just the item level that is going to of Legion Remix of power item levels across 40, which is the maximum of Legion Remix of all gear.
And gets 1% Versa, increase your agility and stamina.
across the board. Now, it's not just the item level that is going to make this powerful, it is the talent tree. Yes, we are getting artifact talent trees, however, it's a little bit different. So everybody has the same tree. Every class, every spec has the exact same tree. The only difference are the different stats that you get depending on your class or spec. You'll always get stamina, but you will also get different primary and secondary stats from your talent tree. To view this talent tree, you just simply shift-click the artifact. The first trait on the tree will give you an active ability called Remix Time. This is a great ability, basically.
Next ability, you collect infinite power to upgrade your artifact and grants remix time. This artifact causing your cooldowns to recover 1000% faster for 3 seconds. Okay, let's see what that translates to. 30 seconds or what reduction?
What it says is that you raise your artifact and open a rift in your timeline, causing your cooldowns to recover 1000% faster for 3 seconds. So this is a great ability if you are looking to kind of speed up some of the cooldowns on your character.
He didn't actually calculate what that means. That's crazy, Mr. GM. Come on.
Now, the first couple traits are just kind of...
I think it's a 30-second CD reduction, like shifting power that reduces all your cities by 30 seconds. Maybe I'm wrong with my math, but I don't think so.
Basic stuff which improve your character and give you different stats, but then you get to a point where you need to choose a active ability. Now you have a choice of 5 abilities. The first one is Call of the Forest, which summons a stampede of forest creatures that charge forward and do damage. You have Twisted Crusade, which calls forth an infernal dreadlord for 30 seconds that periodically strikes enemies with Reign of Chaos, which is a great Warcraft 3 reference. You also have the choice of Nuran's Everdisk, which throws a disc of arcane energy that arcs outwards before returning to you, which is great, and you can pick it up and throw it back out a couple times, which is a really cool visual and a really cool gameplay aspect. You also have the choice of Tempest Wrath, which basically just unleashes a wrathful storm, inflicting nature damage, and Vindicar's Judgment, which says become Lightforge for 15 seconds and call down a beam of heavenly light that follows the targets, dealing holy damage to enemies and healing friendly targets over 0.5 seconds for 10 seconds within the area. So basically here, you have the choice of one of these 5 abilities, and as you go up the tree here, it is going to give you extra passive things that really help out, like being able to cast while moving, or extra damage, or procs, or defensive abilities, and that obviously does really help your leveling, and of course your power at max level. And you can change this whenever you like as well, which is nice. So if you're not happy with the ability you're using, you can switch it out instantly from anywhere, which is really nice. Obviously not in combat, but yeah, pretty much anywhere you can switch that out. Now, one thing you'll notice while you're gaining gear and leveling is that you'll be getting rings, trinkets, and necks.
I thought, I was like, you're definitely going to be locked into your choice, so I guess no, that's good.
Which actually gives you extra ranks of abilities from the tree, starting with 1 rank from a green item, 2 from a blue, and 3 from an epic. And this will actually add on top of any ranks you've already gotten. As you can see from the tree here, like there's different glowing parts of it. So I've kind of spec'd into one tree, but my rings and trinkets are giving me extra abilities from the other trees. It's pretty RNG in regards to what abilities are buffed through the rings, trinkets, and necks. But obviously, you know, eventually you will get kind of an epic neck that gives you the ability you're looking for, and you will just keep that forever pretty much. So that's really great, and yeah, it is really cool to see sort of that synergy between the different trees on the artifact tree. So there's definitely going to be like a meta that people will go for. Once you get to the end of the tree, you will get to the Endless node that increases your primary stat, stamina, and gives you 1% verse for each rank. This says that it scales infinitely, but it does cap out at 999, and there are no diminishing returns. You will be extremely powerful at 999. On the PTR, they did give us the ability to test this out at being the absolute pinnacle of power, and we were able to solo mythic raids, mythic dungeons, everything, literally everything we could solo as a kind of maxed out character. Now, the currency you're going to be using to increase this talent tree is a new currency called Infinite Power. Now, this is basically acquired from everything similar to bronze, so you are going to loot this from creatures or caches or basically anything around the world. There's even like mining nodes that you get, which give you power and bronze and things like that. One thing to note with Infinite Power is that it is not account wide.
Oh shit. Sorry. I was saying I can see his chat here behind my camera. Sorry, I was and you can see he got 1,100 from a previous node.
and bronze and things like that.
Then
One
he
thing to
gets
note with
another
infinite power
200
is that
here.
it is not account wide. Any power you gain on your main character will not go over to your ults. However, there is sort of an account wide system, which we'll talk about shortly. Now, the good thing
And he got like 200 or something from a chest from a quest before, so
with infinite power is it is shared across all of your artifact weapons. So if you do decide to swap spec like later on in your leveling, you're not going to lose out on anything. You'll instantly be able to level up your artifact weapon to the same level as your other one, which is really nice. Now, as mentioned, power is not shared across your ults. Only XP is shared across your ults, but you do have another new currency called infinite knowledge. Now, if you remember from Legion, we had the artifact knowledge system, and it is kind of similar to that. So the more infinite knowledge you have gives you more infinite power from sources, and it's 25% per point. And this is account wide. So if you have a main that has 20 infinite knowledge, your ults will get tons more infinite power from sources, basically meaning they'll be able to level up their artifact weapon and become stronger a lot quicker than if you were running your first character. And this is account wide, and this is obtained through various sources, mainly achievements by completing.
Oh, really? I thought this would be fully time-gated.
Completing like all the quests in the zone, or completing a dungeon or a raid or something like that will give you infinite.
Dude, I'm telling you, they need to do shit like this with achievements. I think this is so much better than just achievement points. Like, it's so good. I wish achievements had more meaning. I mean, achievements probably are can get on their own. Even if some of them are, I think that's way better than you just logging in and then you have more knowledge, bro. Like, this was just so shit with like the other versions, right? Reach level 80 with a monk. Okay, that's just a mount. Reach level 80 with a time runner and remakes. No, wait, where's here? Complete high mountain local storyline. Okay, bro, I keep finding an achievement without infinite. There we go. Complete the following achievements with a time runner. Oh, I guess maybe this is part of that. I don't know. Campaign that's not it. Okay, campaign astronaut is part of it. Oh, okay, so that's okay. I like that you get it through achievements. I just don't like the achievements themselves. Like, the fucking campaign gives it to you. Okay, great. You know, ideally it would be like coming from like a hard boss, or you complete the dungeon, or you, I don't know, level up an alt or something, like some more fun things. But okay. Okay, I mean, it is Legion Remix after all. Like, the quest lines is what is good here, apparently. So, you also have to complete the local storylines. Oh god, okay, I do not like this at all, actually. I take it back, this system fucking sucks, guys. They just made you, instead of farming frogs, you need to now complete the game and complete every quest to get more infinite power, basically. Okay, yeah, no, I dislike it. It's a good thing for the achievement system, I think, but yeah, the achievements themselves, I think, suck, so unfortunate. Like, it would be cool if there was like a, I don't know, an actual achievement, right? It's like a jumping puzzle or a raid boss. The world boss gets you one. Your first, I don't know, PvP match that you win gets you one. I don't know, or like 10 games. Or, you know, you remember this achievement that has like 10 wins in a row in Arena, or about like 3 wins in a row. It was like hot streak or something. That was giving you something back then. But like shit like this, I don't know, I feel like those are achievements. What is this, bro? You complete the campaign. Good fucking job. That's a good achievement. How did you manage that? Make it at least like on heroic tier or something, you know? Like, I don't know. Guys, I'm getting angry again. I need to calm down. Breathing exercises. Okay,
like
continue.
all the quests in the zone, or completing a dungeon or a raid or something like that will give you infinite knowledge, and it is marked on the achievements, and this does cap out at 36. So you're going to get a ton of infinite knowledge, and you can get a lot of it from that first phase as well. So yeah, no infinite power is shared account wide. However, infinite knowledge will make it a lot easier to power up those ults. Speaking of power, let's go into a bit of gearing here. So gearing is different to Mists of Pandaria Remix. So gearing is a little bit more traditional than it was in Remix. We're not going to be upgrading items or anything like that, or putting any gems in it like we did in Mists. This is more of a traditional gearing with item levels and things of that nature.
What's this? Your critical chance or chance to create a burst of magic inflicting arc damage to enemies within 6 yards. Now always critical strikes with fell touch to enemies. I see, it's one of those talent points. So the only interesting thing on your gear is the rings and necks. The rest is the same, but what about legendaries, I guess? Let's see.
So while leveling, the majority of your gear is coming from the caches that you get from completing quests, and the gear from that is completely RNG. You could get a blue item, an epic item, or a green item, and gear is scaled based off your average item level. So obviously, as you upgrade your artifact, it's going to increase your item level, which increases the gear that drops. The cap, as mentioned, is 740, and this can be reached in the first phase. Originally, there were capped item levels, but now, as of a recent PTR build, the cap is 740, and you are able to get that in the first phase, and that is the final item level of Legion Remix. Now, I did mention rings, trinkets, and necks. On the PTR, these were dropping from level 20. Now, what's difficult about the PTR is that due to warbands and everything, I don't know if this has changed. I hope it has, because you get so much power from those rings and trinkets. Now, once you have one character which has hit 20, your future ults will start getting them from the very start. And as mentioned, these rings and trinkets and necks do give you extra ranks of abilities on your artifact tree. Once you get to level 80, though, the gearing does change a little bit. So you still get gear from boxes. However, these do cap out at around about 584. If you want to get higher item level gear, you do need to get Motes of Broken Time. Now, you're going to get tons of these. Essentially, what these items are is that you can bind 10 of them, and it creates an item of the current highest raid, which in phase 1 will be the Emerald Nightmare, but as mentioned, this will change depending on the phase that we're in. And this creates an epic item based off of your average item levels. Basically, the gear from the caches and things like that is going to cap out at 584 for the epic items, but then you can increase your item level by creating raid loot from these motes. But there is different methods of gearing as well. So normal, heroic, and mythic dungeons, actually pretty pointless when it comes to gearing, as they just cap out at 584 for the epic items, which is the same as the caches. So really, you don't want to be doing those unless you just want to queue in or whatever. A lot of gearing is going to come from Mythic Plus. Yes, Mythic Plus is available in Legion Remix and will contain the original Legion affixes returning, and for new ones.
Okay, almost really bad, but Mythic Plus exists. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm recovering currently, guys.
It's which are called Eternus Trials. I've done a lot of Mythic Plus testing, actually, and all of the dungeons from Legion will be available in the pool. Now, it seems like the kind of soft cap is Mythic plus 40. It definitely seems doable once you have a lot of that kind of power from your artifact weapon and things like that. And this is going to drop some pretty good loot. This is going to drop 681, it seems, as of PTR. Once you go higher than 40, though, the scaling is going to drop 681.
20% haste. What is going on there? Is this some item that I don't remember or something? The fuck?
It seems, as of PTR. Once you go higher than 40, though, the scaling gets pretty extreme. You can go higher, but I'm going to be very impressed to see how high people can go. I think we tried a 43 or something like that, and it was just ridiculous. We couldn't do it with like kind of maxed out characters, but perhaps better players could do that. We'll see. We'll see what the highest key that happens during Legion Remix. But yeah, you are going to get like kind of base item level gear from Mythic Plus. So if you are just doing keys and things like that, your average item will just naturally go up from getting loot from that. Another way of gearing is through the raid. So as mentioned, Emerald Nightmare and Trial of Valor will be available at the start, but of course more raids will come out every 2 or so weeks. What's interesting about raid gearing is that all the difficulties, LFR, normal, heroic, and mythic, all drop the same item level, which is based off of your item level. Loot is personal, so if your item level is like, I don't know, 620, the items that will drop in the raid...
What did he just say? I must have misunderstood, right? I think I misunderstood. He didn't say LFR and Mythic dropped the same loot, right?
What's interesting about raid gearing is that all the difficulties, LFR, normal, heroic, and mythic, all drop the same item level, which is based off of your item level. Loot is personal, so...
That's not true. It cannot be.
If your item level is like, I don't know, 620, the items that will drop in the raids in all difficulties will be around about 620. Similar to the moat system, but yeah, these are going to be dropping...
It cannot be true. It cannot be true. Impossible.
straight from the bosses. You don't need to build.
I think what might be true is like LFR is capped at 584. And then maybe like normal is capped at like 590. But if you with 584 go into Mythic, you still get 584. It must be like that. It cannot be true.
Up moats, but the reason to do the higher difficulties is for more bronze and more infinite power. You get tons more from the higher difficulties, so definitely worth doing the higher difficulties if you can. And these do reset daily. Raids will reset daily, so yeah, that's pretty great. So if you do want to be a busybody and get tons of bronze and power, tons of gear, you can just do kind of a raid world tour every day.
I don't believe
Start with
it.
Emerald, Nightmare, and Trial of Valor, and then more raids as they come out every 2 weeks, which is great. You also can get bronze and infinite power from scrapping your gear, just like you did in Mop Remix, and you can spawn the kind of portable scrapper to be able to do that, which is wonderful. So pretty cool. I do want to add one final note on your characters.
Wait, what? 1 second. Wasn't this from BFA?
Every 2 weeks, which is great. You also can get bronze and infinite power from scrapping your gear, just like you did in Mop Remix, and you can spawn
from
the kind of
Remix.
portable scrapper to be able to
do
that, which is wonderful. So pretty cool. I do want to add one final note on your characters and everything like that in the
I guess that's not too bad if you're getting infinite power from it. Dude, I just had very bad memories, guys. Listen, the scrapper and BFA, I'll explain it very shortly, but what you needed to do was you used it, you had to craft in your armor type. Let's say I'm cloth user, I go with tailoring. I think if I remember that right, maybe it could be any profession. And then you would craft the cheapest craft like hundreds of times. Let's say I craft 500 bracers because that's really easy to produce. And I would scrap each one of them to have a chance to get a blue crafting item that allowed me to craft my good item. And that thing was soul bound. So that, and this was pretty much the only way to get it. And you would prepare many of them before the race. Sorry, it's fine. I just have bad memories with scrappers. Yeah, it's okay. This is actually fine because I mean you gotta get rid of the gear somehow, anyways. So if you can scrap it and get infinite power for it, and it's quick delete, basically, it's okay.
Remix before we get into the rewards. You can actually leave whenever you want. So if you finish your gearing or you're kind of done with collecting or whatever, you can make your character a non-time runner and go into the real world and go back to, you know, kind of regular World of Warcraft and regular War Within. So yeah, if you kind of want to just level characters through Remix, get to 80, go back to War Within, you can do that. This is a one-way trip though. So yeah, this is just done simply from the login screen, but you can just convert your characters back. You get some pretty basic gear, you get some gold, you get things like that, but it's kind of nice that we don't need to wait until the end of Remix to kind of convert our characters over. Now, let's talk about...
What would make sense there is that you can still play this character on Remix, but it's like, gets duplicated across, but like, what's the point of sacrificing this character? I don't know. It's a bit weird to me.
Characters back. You get some pretty basic gear, you get some gold, you get things like that, but it's kind of nice that we don't need to wait until the end of Remix to kind of convert our characters over. Now, let's talk about the most important thing, and that is, of course, the rewards. Why are we doing this? So, as mentioned, bronze is returning. This was the same currency from Mr. Pandaria Remix. This is used to purchase everything, all the cosmetics in Legion Remix from the Infinite Bazaar, and this definitely comes from everything. No doubt there'll be plenty of guides on kind of optimizing bronze games. I don't think I care about this part, but we're not going to get into that here. It is account wide as well, so you can transfer the...
What they need to put in at the end of this as a reward is, look, Blizzard, come on. You can be better than this. Instead of putting just mounts and pets, you gotta put some like quality of life stuff, dude. I don't know, like something like the checkered flag back in the days that would give you that gives you 30% mount speed on any mount, you know, for leveling. But that's outdated now, obviously, because you're dragon riding and 30% is nothing. But I don't know. It could be like something that you're gonna need for midnight outdoor leveling. Like sky step potions, that like gun shoot, something like that, for example. It could be a toy that like propels you in the sky. There were some toys like that back then. I think they banned all of them. It could be, I mean, we have it now, but the auction house mount with a mailbox, maybe a mount with a mailbox, but without auction house could be a thing, right? But like with with higher bronze, like you go there, you spend higher bronze, you get this shit. It's a one, like full FOMO, right? There's the only way to get it. I think people would play the shit out of it then. But just putting random mounts, bro, I don't know. You gotta lure the people in that want it for performance gain, not just for the transmog. Like, bait me, Blizzard. I want to get baited. Like, put there something that I actually need, you know? Maybe some mount that can, like, swim really fast or something. I don't know. Just make some shit up that's good. Maybe something that can... Some mount that can reduce the level of your keystone with, like, the NPC on top of it or something. I don't know, right? Just making shit up, but you guys get what I mean. Something for crafting orders. I don't know, even though I hate the crafting order system, but again, like a crafting mount. I don't know. Something that is actually useful and full FOMO it, and everybody's gonna play the shit out of it, bro. All Race War First guilds are gonna play it. No chance. So they're all gonna stream that free promo. All the FOMO kids, all the mount farmers, Asmondas Gold is gonna come in. I don't know, okay, maybe not Asmon Gold, he's busy with US politics, but you guess what I mean. They just need to put new DH spec into Remix and everyone's playing it. I did consider it, not gonna lie. Yeah. I think they may have considered that because it's Legion, it's when DH started as well. It would have been a good match. I still have this thing where you can call Lorgok. What the fuck? I didn't know this was on my OBS still. I bought 10k of them and I've used them ever since fragging. What is this? Timeless neural silencer? Makes you immune to some annoyances. Can't you just get an item for this? Or is it because you don't want to have the item all the time and you want to be able to like activate and deactivate? Okay, yeah. But like a bank is also a thing. A repair. Okay, I mean not like a repair mount because everyone has that, but like a auto hammer, an endless auto hammer at the end of this. You know, some good shit, bro. Some good shit. Aside from just transmog, you know. But, you know, maybe it's there. Let's watch it. Maybe they did
across
it.
Your characters with no tax. So this is a one-to-one transfer across your characters, which is nice. So let's kind of go over some of the high notes of the rewards here. So we have new class mounts. So we have these fell-themed class mounts. Now, these can be attained two ways. One,
class mount is a very nice way to word it, though. That will catch some eyes for sure.
Is to just reach level 80 on the respective class. So once you reach 80 on a class, you do get the respective fell class mount, which is nice. Or you can actually purchase these for bronze. There are 20,000 bronze each, and you can purchase those on any class that you like. And you don't need to get that class to 80. You can just simply purchase it from a vendor, and they look pretty cool. They're kind of like green recolors of the original class mounts. Now, the original class mounts will be available when the Legion full phase comes out, and you'll get that through the class order haul quest. Presumably, they're not purchasable from a vendor. As you'd imagine, you can also buy all of the Legion dungeon set ensembles, all the different raid ensembles from the different difficulties, and outdoor activity ensembles, similar to Mop Remix. Basically, any set that's ever existed in Legion, you are going to get that. We do have some returning sets, though. We have the appearances from the Legion pre-patch event. They are coming back, so you will be able to purchase those with bronze, which is cool. There's also a mount vendor which sells 40 brand new mounts, which are basically just like unused appearances or different recolors that weren't used back in Legion, and there are just so many new mounts. You could also purchase all of the kind of raid mounts and things like that from Legion if you never got those, raid and dungeon and things like that, which is cool. Pretty much every Legion mount is featured here, so if you already have it, obviously you're going to save yourself a lot of bronze there, but if you don't have it, you can purchase it for bronze, which is nice. But it's like 100,000 for a mount, which is kind of wild, but certainly going to save you a lot of time farming it in the future. You also have super rare things like Tashalak.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get it somehow, right? Either from 1k bronze or from the normal games. This is gonna save you time, guys. You gotta think of it as a time save.
you can purchase for bronze. There's also like a little Taishalak as well, which is a new one, which is a one-handed version of it, which is super cute, and different.
Honestly, I love making fun of people who farm things. It's my favorite thing. Every time Roger complains about something new to farm, he was complaining about like the Brewfest something about it. I love to make fun of him. It's so fun.
Exclusive things like that. There's also just like random unused appearances that weren't in Legion. There's also a toy vendor and pet vendor, which has different toys and pets from the Legion expansion, including some new pets as well. Just tons of stuff, just lots and lots of stuff. I think it's something like 8 million bronze if you don't have anything from Legion, which is absolutely insane. But there are some other rewards coming from different activities outside of buying it for bronze. The Mythic Chosen Dead ensembles from Trial of Valor are returning. So basically, to get these, you just need to complete the Trial of Valor on Mythic without dying. If other people can die, that's fine. As long as you don't die at all on Trial of Valor on Mythic and you clear the whole raid, you'll get the Chosen Dead ensembles. And
that sounds super easy when you have enough power.
these are armor type specific, so you have to do it on a cloth user, a leather user, mail user, and plate user to get all of these sets. They also have a new Ashara-inspired transmog set coming. This is by completing achievements in Suramar. We have a new Manor of Shield transmog, a new color of the scythes from Argus, a really cool-looking Fel-infused version of Charlemagne. This is from the Broken Shore achievements. We also have the Violet Spellwing returning for completing Heroic and Taurus, which is the original ahead of the curve mount. Well, presumably we haven't tested that, but yeah, it seems like that's the case. You don't buy it for bronze, so probably completing Heroic and Taurus will reward you with the Violet Spellwing, which is the original ahead of the curve mount. So yeah, certainly a bit of controversy there, but we don't need to talk about that. One of the cooler things that I love about Legion Remix are the new Sargeri sets. These are the Sargeri Commander sets. Now, these are from different achievements. You have the Sargeri Commander.
Bro, they're popping way... That's a lot of transmog. Holy fuck.
Regalia. This is
I feel like these sets are better than tier sets that we get in retail, no?
for completing the Legion Remix campaign, which is just some simple quests from Eternus. You have the Void Scarred Regalia, which is by completing 100 world quests in Heroic World tier. You have the Lightbound Regalia, which is rewarded from completing all the Legion raids on Mythic. And you have the Hellforge Regalia, which is by completing a Time-Worn Keystone Dungeon with a key level of 30 or higher in Legion Remix. So yeah, these sets are absolutely amazing, with probably the best cloak I've ever seen as a World of Warcraft player. So yeah, some very cool rewards, and certainly as a collector, there is tons to get from Legion Remix. But yeah, that is it. That is Legion Remix. Legion Remix had a ton of changes over PTR. There certainly was like a lot of opinions that it's going to be bad and things like that. As someone who's put tons and tons of hours into it, and certainly with, you know, so many changes they've done over the PTR, I really think it is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to have a lot of fun with it regardless. I don't know, like I know a lot of people just want to be super powerful and solo things, and that certainly is possible and will be possible during Legion Remix, so you don't need to worry about that. There is so many rewards to get, there's so many cool unique things, and I'm just really looking forward to it. It's going to be the perfect thing to keep me busy before we get into midnight in the earlier part of next year. So thank you very much for watching. Let me know your thoughts on Legion.
Wait, I saw how much infinite
in the
power
earlier part
there,
of next year. So thank you very much for watching.
Oh, he looted the boss. Memento of Epoch Legends. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's some
Let me know
quest
your
item.
thoughts on Legion Remix. Are you excited for it? What are you going to be playing? What's the thing you're going to be targeting? Let me know down below. Guys, if you like this video, please do leave a like on it and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to support me outside of YouTube, I'm also on Patreon and I'm on Twitter, MrGMYT, and I have a partner Discord channel as well. And also I am streaming on twitch.tv.
My god, yeah, we know, guys. Did they do any sort of class balancing on this? Do we know? Wondering if, like, what class I would play, right? Because Shadow was obviously very interesting. Legion Remix or Fellowship Early Access? Yeah, probably we'll have to choose some, but I mean, you don't have to play Legion Remix all day, every day, yeah? Except for on launch. Just play Red Paladin. If it's not OP, they'll shut the Discord down and get it buffed. Just current retailers. Oh, yeah, true. Wait, it's just current talent tree and everything. Oh, yeah, what the fuck? True. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. My bad. Even though I played MOP remix a bit. But no evokers. Yeah. What's the purpose of that, I guess? That's weird. Maybe it like breaks people's RP. Oh, no class roll, that's true, yeah. What about the MOP remix? Did we have DHs on MOP remix? I don't remember. We did? Okay. Yeah, that's probably then class roll only reason. Yeah, you guys are right. Also, not just class roll, right? The artifact weapons as well. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. A time before Orc. Honestly, it's gonna be great. If no evokers, that's gonna be really fun. Now I think I'm more motivated to play. Let's fucking go. Let's turn down the lights a little bit. It's getting dark. Okay. That gave us pretty good info. But what I expected from Mr. GM and what I didn't get, and that's surprising, is Mr. GM usually is the guy that would level up fully and will tell us how long it takes to get to max level. And he didn't do that. That's weird. I'll ask him. Hey, sir, do... Also, what the fuck? I'm not subscribed on this account. Do you have a rough idea how long leveling takes in Legion Remix? It's going to vary because alts will gain power. Yeah, I'm talking about the first one. The first character. Of course, the next ones will be stronger or like have more XP gain. Also in MOP Remix, I remember leveling like blasting dungeons, but I guess if there is this infinite power knowledge system with achievements, I guess we're going to need to do some questing for sure, right? To get this stuff, and then we can get infinite knowledge. How does it work? Can I already log into Legion Remix Alpha? Is that live right now? Let's see. Legion Remix Infinite Knowledge. Changing your first artifact. Knowledge. Ooh, there's a lot of ways to get it. Lore Runner. I feel like these are not worth, bro. I think I'm gonna skip these Lore Runner ones. Okay, this is really good actually. Zone completion, insurrection, complete the Stormer storylines. No. Legion Fall campaign. Maybe we have to do them. I don't know. Complete the Argus campaign. Okay. These aren't gonna be even available. Work quest completion tier 4. Complete 100 work quests across it with the Time Runner. Okay. 50 empowered enemies and heroic warrior. Okay, at least there are also a variety of achievements. It's not just do fucking quests. And if there's quite a few, then 25%, like the more knowledge you have, the less it matters, right? Is that true statement, guys? I think so, yeah, because it's additive stacking. It's not multiplicative. Surely. Wait, is it multiplicative? We don't know. I bet no one knows because nobody bothers with this shit. But I hope it's not multiplicative. That would be crazy, right? And you say it counts like 38? Well, I'm guessing there's 38 achievements. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 here. And then 3, 6, 8. Let's say these are all 8. 8 times 4. I guess there is more. So maybe you can just avoid some of them. Oh, that sounds amazing. But because some of them are gated behind times, if you want to like have it really early, then you want to have all of them early that you can do, and you can obviously do these, right? Legion is time exactly, it's time gated. So you definitely want to have all of them if you really want to min max. But yeah, maybe it's fine. I would think just not do it. Lesser invasion point on Argus with the time runner. Greater invasion points. Legion dungeons. These are the fun ones. You know what I think should give you an infinite knowledge point, dude? When you do the raid achievements. I feel like that always should have rewarded more. There are some like really cool raid achievements. Nobody does them because there's no reward at all. Like that's how you should get your raid portal. Like I'm telling you right now, like this is guaranteed better design than what we got. Guaranteed, bro. Just do it, Blizzard. Just do it. It's fine. Made 50 achievements given knowledge, and it counts like 30, so you can choose which achievements you want to do. Yeah, that would be ideal, of course. Also the Karazhan thing gives you defeat Mephisto in Cathedral of Eternal Light. Defeat Lura, Seed of Tremor. Never really did these dungeons too much. Because they came after the raid or something like that. So 7 or greater with a timer, yeah. I don't even know what a Legion Assault is. What is a Legion Assault? Probably just some sort of war quest, or? Yeah, war quest, yeah. Oh yeah, they assault like a zone, an old zone, and then you go there. Wait, no. Was it initially not old zones, but a random zone on the one of the 4 or 5 new zones? I think it was like that, maybe. Yeah. It's gonna be really weird. Like if everyone picks this Call of the Forest in the raid, and you send the whole zoo, the whole universe, dude. That must be crazy. There's definitely gonna be some fun moments in this. Interesting. Yeah, I think maybe an event around this would be cool. I bet there's already some Rested XP guides or something for this, no? Let's see. An Legion. Yeah, on the front page. My goats, dude. Okay. Maybe we can do something with them. Alright, yeah. Alright, cool stuff. The other thing I was gonna check was, and recently people getting mad about it, and I think they're gonna be even more mad when it releases, the Chinese version, the Titan Forge something, Titan Forge Classic. What is it called? Oh, it is called Titan Forge Classic. I had looked at this in the past, but I don't remember it. Who should I watch, guys? Maybe just YouTube search it and see the viewership and stuff. don't know. Is this gonna be worth playing on Chinese servers? No way, or craziest new server just got announced. This 2 months ago. Okay, let's look at it.
80 with Wrath of the Lich King spells and talents that will rotate between a different classic raid from the first 3 expansions each week.
They talked about it. They released a Chinese video with like Ian and someone else on it, and then a lot of the Americans and stuff, they were like mad at them because they yeah, because it's just for one place. And then they sent a tweet. It was really weird. They were like, we are not taking any, like, we're not pausing any development on any of the other projects for this Chinese project. But it's still going to be China only. But like everyone was happy after. I didn't really understand it. There was like some drama about it. Chinese, like Titan, First Classic, drama. I don't know. Hey, but what channel was this on? Was it second? Was it thingy? World of Warcraft or something? Oh, they post a lot of stuff. Wait. No. So what classic does? Yeah. But I wanted to see the initial announcement. See, like, thanks so much for clarifying this. It didn't really do anything. I don't know. It was just. Yeah, the drama is that they are doing all of this stuff just for China and leaving the rest of the world out. I don't know the exact reason, but I think it's related to them having the disagreement with NetEase, right? And I mean, China didn't get WoW at all for a long time. So if they now get a version just for them, like I think this is like a way to apologize to them, to the Chinese community. But it's still weird, and also I don't understand like this statement. Look at this. Greetings. We want to take a moment to comment on our recent communications. We appreciate the discussion about our updates in China. We want to clarify that everything in those comments, particularly comments about our focus, is intended for our China community specifically. What we are working on, be it this and that, or anything else around, has not changed. And to be clear, our announcements regarding our plans in China do not change that. Like, they still said it's for China only. I don't understand it, I guess. Like, and then everyone was suddenly happy, like, you know. I just see positive. It feels like I'm like it's bots replying, but it's influencers, and appreciate these comms. Like, it's, I don't know. So what is happening? Like, I feel like I'm reading paid comments, bro. Everyone was mad. Now everyone's happy. They didn't say anything different. What is happening? I'm lost a bit. If anyone can understand it, please let me know. Like, either we should be mad or not mad, but I don't understand why this comment changes anything. Because they didn't say anything. I think everyone was just hyped about Classic Plus. And the fact that maybe this account tweeted at all. Maybe these guys were not tweeting at all or something. I don't know. I don't get it, at least. But anyways.
So it makes sense that China are just getting their 20th anniversary now. I remember even during Vanilla's original release, it was delayed over there, came out in June 2005. This was due to translating all of the game assets, as well as certain custom changes, like them wanting to cover up the bare bones on the undead race. But I want to do a small recap of the situation that's led them here, because you may remember the last you heard of China and World of Warcraft is that, well, it stopped existing over there, and for over a year in fact it didn't. In brief, there was a contract dispute between Blizzard and NetEase, which meant that they didn't renew, and therefore WoW couldn't be published in China. This led to Chinese realms being entirely taken offline on January 23rd, 2023. However, over 1 year later, alongside the release of The War Within on NA and EU, an agreement was met between both parties, so WoW could once again be published in China, and it was reinstated on August 1st, 2024. So, you know, just a casual year and a half of the game ceasing to exist, I guess, no biggie. And it's important to note that it's always been up to NetEase to decide exactly what happens on WoW servers in China. So whilst they'll roughly follow along the same content schedule as EU or NA, things in the game tend to be different in certain ways, which means just because China gets something, it doesn't mean EU and NA will as well, or vice versa. And due to this delay, Chinese realms are only getting up to the end of Wrath of the Lich King right now, with Ruby Sanctum just having released on July 17th. They are then going to play a mega sped up Cataclysm, and will have Mists of Pandaria by late winter 2025, spring 2026. And they're probably looking to sync back up with Western releases to keep things simple. But alongside this anniversary news,
it's so weird that this is still a case in 2025, bro. That we have delayed releases. Like, it just does not make sense to me. What the fuck?
they've had is a brand new set of servers called Titan Reforged Chronos, which will be releasing this November. These in short will have faster leveling to get you into the endgame, raids scaled up for level 80 combat players, so the Wrath of the Lich King level cap, and these raids will also be 25 player, not hopping between 40 and 25. Characters will use Wrath of the Lich King class design, their spells, their talents and so on, and each week a different raid from across the 3 expansions, Vanilla, TBC and Wrath, will become available. Sort of like the Fated raid rotation in Shadowlands or Dragonflight. Your old gear, tier sets and so on will be upscaled to level 80, so whatever raid you get your items from, they should be useful in whichever expansion's content becomes available next week. So you could in theory get a Thunder Fury from Molten Core and then go and use it in Black Temple or in Icecrown Citadel, or get a Shadowmourne from ICC and then use it in Vanilla, whatever it may be. I can see the gear there needing a lot of updating. For example, stats work as a numerical value, not percentages in TBC and beyond. Expertise just doesn't exist in Vanilla. Classes only have one tier set in Vanilla, and most of their set bonuses are pretty terrible. Can you imagine actually getting a best in slot item with all the raids in the rotation as well? What even would be this? Would it still be Onslaught Girdle? Belt of 100 Deaths? Maybe something entirely new perhaps? This will be a lot of fun for the theory crafters here, and imagine the Frankenstein Bis clown suits that you could possibly have existing here too. It also sounds like a bit of a GDKP enjoyer's dream really, and you better believe they still have them on Chinese realms. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. But let's not get too much into the detail of how exactly.
I know they have done a lot of bans in China for, was it account sharing? Yeah, it was for account sharing for, I guess, boosting and stuff. But I don't know what's the stance on GDKP. So you find the biz. I don't think, what do you mean? Sim what, bro? I don't think there's going to be a sim craft for this stuff. It would be cool to get all items from transfer to retail, and then I don't care about classic. I already did it with friends from the past, and it won't get that cool anymore. Not even close. I enjoy playing classic modes, but yeah, I feel like there's too many types at this point, dude. Holy fuck, it's getting a bit confusing. This is interesting for serious. Even though it wouldn't. I don't know. I think if you're in China and you're playing this, you're gonna wonder what item is biz, and you're gonna theorize. Or no? I don't get it. CC was nice. What was that? Hell nah. Yeah, I agree. I'm also with you. 1 to 60 was That's the only version I played as well. I didn't play the other classic stuff there.
These realms would work. I want to talk more about the potential interest in them. Would they be good or bad? And ultimately, would this type of realm ever exist on EU or NA? So let's start off with a reminder. Again, WoW does stuff differently in China. They have not received a bunch of updates that we have. There was no season of discovery in China because A, WoW literally didn't exist in China when SOD started, and B, it was made by the development team over in NA. Chinese players are probably looking over to Western realms and have been doing for some time and saying, man, I want to play vanilla with all these custom class changes, or to see Karazhan Crypts or a Scarlet Crusade raid, or I wanted a classic fresh which would carry on to TBC and beyond. So believe me, I'm sure this goes both ways. These Chronos realms would also be super raid focused and endgame focused as well, which depending on who you ask will either sound like the most ideal version of WoW ever, or a never-ending raid log nightmare. Blizzard themselves have recently said regarding Cataclysm and the exclusion of LFR and Mists of Pandaria that a substantially higher percentage of players are now raiding on classic realms than they did back in the day. I don't see why this will be different on Chinese realms either. If anything, I bet they have even more people raiding over there due to the popularity of GDKP and more social acceptance of using real money to get ahead in gaming, or at least that's what you always hear about the Chinese gaming market. Raiding has been a thing that's kept people around for classic without a doubt more than any other activity. There's still above 80,000 players raiding on anniversary realms weekly heading into AQ40, and though the Mists of Pandaria pre-patch isn't too active,
but that's also because M+ is not a thing in the classic versions, right? If M+ was a thing, maybe people would go for that. And also raiding is easy, so people like easy content that they can gain best gear from.
Moment, it's a pre-patch, they're never active, things will pick back up at the start of MOP. It would also put a unique spin on existing raids too, being able to mix and match gear between different expansions.
Oh shit, that's the longest message I've ever seen, bro. That's crazy, Juno Shop. I'm not reading that.
Opening up so many new best in slot combos. There could be unexpected gear working for certain classes, and maybe just some more class variety. Perhaps on top of that, you don't know what raid is coming next week, so it's a bit of a surprise. With Wrath of the Lich King balancing, there'd definitely be more class viability and spec viability overall. Saying that, Wrath had its own meta, as did Vanilla or TBC. For me, a never-changing meta.
They could do things like this also at the end of just a retail expansion, by the way. That'd be pretty cool if you could. I mean, I guess you have time walking raids. I don't know. I think they could do more of this for sure. Time walking raid is good, I think.
It just isn't as interesting as ongoing class balancing. But if there's something which you know you loved in Wrath, like maybe Feral Druid, Affliction Lock, Prot Pala,
it would be sick actually if you got it at the end of the the expansion, and you could get like Bis gear from that, and you just blast all the raids, and you gain items, and you're ready for the next expansion. I prefer that way more to just farming the same raid over and over again, and then be getting turbo after.
Priest. Whatever it may have been, they will once again be very strong. You're also going to have more chill and more challenging raid weeks. Imagine you go from Blackwing Lair one week to Sunwell in the next, so that's a big step up, and then the following week to ICC. What about heroic mode? Can you choose between normal or heroic? Surely heroic gear is better, right? How will that work? But the raiding won't always be face roll easy or super difficult either. Though I have to say with Wrath class balancing, a lot of the classes were more well-rounded and self-sufficient, so things may not be as difficult as they were originally intended to be. Overall, I think this would actually be pretty popular with the classic player base, who have proven to love raiding throughout the first 3 expansions. So the big question has to be, are we realistically going to get these types of servers on EU or NA? I mean, I don't want to never say never, but if this happens, which seems unlikely to me, it won't be anytime soon. Why is that though? So again, China and the EU and NA WoW are all different. It's all a Blizzard product, but it's NetEase deciding what goes in the game over there, not Blizzard NA. We did get Season of Discovery, which I mean, kind of still exists. Blizzard have expressed interest in keeping these servers around for a while for people to play, but the raiding population has cratered since the announcement that they're going to be slowing things down. But that's what happens when development stops and people realize there's not going to be much more to look forwards to. We also have Anniversary Realms, which have just hit the AQ40 patch at the moment, and we know that TBC will follow in winter 2025 to spring of 2020.
I wonder how many people are currently playing Season of Discovery. Like, are there people actually playing it right now? Can I check this info easily? Can I log in? Wait, is it actually under this version of WoW? Wait, how do I play Season of Discovery? I don't even know. Not here. I need to... I don't see the license for it. Oh, under Classic. Season of Discovery. Okay, let's see it. I am curious, dude.
26. Beyond that, I'm expecting part of the Classic announcement at BlizzCon 2026 will be for Anniversary Realms to continue on to Wrath as well. So we are already kind of revisiting the Classic timeline, albeit in a normal fashion, instead of having raids from all three being on the menu at the same time. At the moment, to me at least, it would literally make zero sense to re-release, I'm having to count the amount of re-releases here, a version of the game that we already have at a time when it would directly compete with our Anniversary Realms.
Holy fuck.
And our Anniversary Realms are going to be going on for quite a while.
What the fuck? That was very loud for me, guys. Oh my god. Okay. Why is this happening, bro? Damn, that was a quick login. Is it so loud? Dear God. Oh, my wife is asking for a message. One sec. We're gonna see who is online in this game mode still. Very quick. Try booting retail add-ons. Doesn't go nearly as fast as this. Yeah, I don't think it does. I don't know what it is, but this was crazy quick. I wish the game was like this, bro. That's crazy. What the hell? Bro, I can jump and I can reload midair. Oh wait, I need to type it. Ready? That's crazy. Actually, I think you get stuck where you jump. I don't know how that works. RL actually doesn't work. That's a thing that LVI does, I think, and also maybe some other add-ons. The more you learn, Tool, yeah? Maybe don't talk shit next time. But anyways. Bugsack. Yeah, I think LVI also does it. But yeah. Okay. There's 46 people online in this realm, but I think I'm not on the most populated realm or anything. I think this realm kind of died out. 46 Horde players, by the way. That's still kind of crazy that people play. Most of them level 6. Yeah, actually, not most. Let's see. These are locked? Huh? There's no way that the server is so full. What? This is treating like I'm entering a hardcore PvP server or something. Can I still make a character? Let's see. Mage scribe. Is this the warnings you get nowadays when you enter a PvP realm? What is up? Because servers are going down, plus like being merged? That could be true, I guess. Yeah, maybe if they're abandoning these servers. Wait. Most popular classic SOD servers. Fireforge, let's go there. EU. Okay. At least once. From September 17 to 23. When they say rating at least once, do they mean logged? Yeah, okay. Workload logs, okay. So 1,000 characters rated in 1 week. But they don't have retail here, or what? I'm confused. What, US? Oh, US plays a lot more. That's interesting. Wait. US also plays classic era more. MOP, though, is played more on the EU side. Interesting. Anniversary is about the same, but still the most active. What? Wait. No. MOP and then it's anniversary. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Damn. 80k characters on anniversary, guys. Raiding. Yeah, I know. I was intentionally checking both NA and EU. Yeah, yeah. This was checking. But why don't they have retail in here? Or am I missing something super obvious somehow? Super era. Huh. They're classic Annies. They don't give a shit about retail? Holy fuck. That's crazy. That is so base. They don't respect. Oh, is it like they hate retail? Or like, fuck retail? I'm sensing some sort of like animosity here. Like they are angry about it. Retail rating character count. Or oh, this is just some random website lying, right? 3K only. Yeah. That must be true. World of Warcraft as a whole, it's not even like retail or classic or anything. It's just 3K people, guys. GG's. It's all the Gingy viewers. The whole population watches him when he streams. That's kind of wild. Man. Are people not ashamed to have these kind of websites. Fully random info. This is also random. Okay. Active player IO. This sounds like a thing, maybe. Oh no. Okay, we don't have the amount. But yeah, Era quite active. Did you react to the Echo Starforge recaps? Oh no, I did not, dude. I didn't even watch them at all. Indicative figures, yeah. There's like little asterisks. These are estimates, you know. That's weird though. Like Warcraft logs probably just has this info, right? Shouldn't it just have it like somewhere here? I don't know. All reports. Iron Forge for retail. Let's see. Oh. Player count for retail. AI fully confused, dude. Iron Forge is an in-game location. That's the list. Wait.
Welcome back.
Oh, the reacts. Nah, I'm not gonna do them now. Maybe tomorrow. Gonna end the stream right about now. Okay, yeah, whatever. I guess like this is the problem with the MMOs, right? Like when people... Oh, so these are all the people that chose to stay when it went to TBC, is that right? Wait, are there people playing the TBC version of the game? No, right? That's gone. That got upgraded. You could just fork away on Classic and stay on Classic when TBC came, but then you couldn't. So these are all the people? Can you make new characters on this? On Classic Era? I guess so, maybe. There's still the hardcore servers online as well. Wait, I'm gonna check out this. Wait, is this gonna blast our WoW again? Our music again, or sound? Oh, I have it reduced for you guys. It's just me. That's gonna get blasted. Wonder if anyone's playing hardcore servers. Never forget, guys. And I was leveling up a new character. Let's log in on my live character on hardcore. Dude, the fact that this loading screen is so fast, it gives me, I don't know, like an adrenaline rush. Wait a sec. Let's go with, let's say I'm level 35 and I want to do a dungeon. I don't know, what's good at level 35? There's no dungeon journal here, so I can't check. Holy fuck, what dungeon would you run at level 35? I can't think of anything. Scout Monastery, yeah, okay. Okay, but that's so many dungeons together. Ugh. But anyways, it's fine. Why am I thinking about it? I just want to check, like, do I have enough people to play with? Let's say, yeah, I want them to be around my level. 32 to 37. Okay, yeah, that's not great. But it's something. Let's say 30 to 40. If we wait for each other, we could play as Horde 2. Do you think Alliance is more popular, or let's just say low 60s? Only 4 level 60s. Holy fuck. 50 to 60? These are all players that are better than me, by the way, because I didn't get this far. 1 to 10? A lot of people attempt. That is sus. That is sus for sure. That might be some botting action I'm feeling. But, hey, I don't know. I'm not the police force here. Is multiboxing even allowed still? It is, right? It's just you're not allowed to use like a multiboxing software. But how do you play the game with 5 characters if you don't use a multiboxing software and replicate like key actions to different WoWs? How exactly do you do that? I feel like there's something sneaky going on here. But it's fine. None of my business, dude. That's 25 people. Let's quickly check that. Oh, can I make an alliance character here? Also, this is only... Wait. This is only one realm. Wait. What is happening now? I'm a bit lost. Isn't this hardcore? How does this work? Oh, there's only one... Oh, there's 2 hardcore realms. Okay. Hardcore normal. I see. So hardcore players are part of classic era. Now I get it. That's a bit confusing. A season is also here, and anniversary is also here. Damn, this realm is full, bro. Anniversary is popping off, guys. I wanna check this one out. Holy! Too many Horde players. Scroppa is my Alliance dwarf version of Scribe, guys. Damn, bro. All the medicines will grow. Okay, let's see how many people are leveling up, though. 50 to 59. Wow. That's actually crazy to me. I feel like this community is like way too silent, no? This is not hardcore, no, this is not hardcore. I know. Let's see, like... Let's do the same test. 32 to 37. I want to do Scarlet Monastery. Woohoo! Holy, it's free, bro. Damn. What? There is already the cap. Like, we don't even know how many people there are. These servers also have LFG? So you can port to the dungeon? Or do you have to, like, LFG to make groups? You can't port to the dungeon, not in Classic, surely not. Search M+. Okay, just make the groups, yeah. Yeah, bro, this is very active. I am actually shocked. That's crazy. Pretty cool. I don't think like I saw anyone really streaming this or something. Let's see, War. Oh. Warcraft. Wait, are people doing this? Wait, is this a new hype now to do the ultra hardcore? Am I becoming a classic Andy streamer? There's no way, bro. Or? Is a new meta. I've seen a clip from Zaryu at 6K viewers streaming it. It looked interesting, but I thought it's like no one's gonna care about it, so I was not getting hyped. But I came here for the anniversary stuff. Came for anniversary and then found Anifuxia. LOL. Ha! That is funny. Don't worry, guys. Stream is ending soon. Just survive 5 more minutes. Maybe like era. Holy fuck. Okay. Maybe search here. Classic era. Jesus. That is... Oh, is Payo streaming classic era? That could be a thing. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, these two people as well seem like they're streaming classic. I got permabanned. Oh my god, okay. I'm too sick for this still. So these two people are doing this hardcore thing together, and then Anifuxia is doing this. Interesting. Wait, let's see. Zaryu Ultra Hardcore. There's a list of ultra hardcore fails. Wait, okay. We watched this as the last thing, okay? It's over. It's on these guys again, dude.
Let's get to some clip watching. We'll see what's going on. Oh my goodness! Yo, okay, let's get out of here. Just get out of here.
Wait, I'm gonna not watch the Zaryu one. I'm gonna just watch the original video. Which I cannot find, so I'm gonna watch the Zaryu one.
Dude, I love hardcore, man. The guy's like swimming up. Yo, breath.
Okay, steady.
Yeah, I'm with you.
What's one
So everything gets darker.
Oh, okay, we got like 4 mobs on us. Breath.
Go.
Yeah, just run, just swim.
Is this his rage?
Holy shit! Go!
Are you good? Oh my god.
Heal yourself. Yo, don't get hit from behind. Just keep running. I'm gonna get a health potion. Oh god. Just don't hit them. Just keep running. Heal yourself.
This is cinema, bro.
Take a health potion if you got it.
Oh my god. No, Ozzy, this...
So, like, guys, this is how you know when other people are low. When you're in a party only, there's gonna be a little health meter. This is gonna go red if they're really low, green if they're high, and like orange if they're middle or whatever. So you can like kind of tell if someone's in trouble. That's how healers work, right? And it only works if you're in a party. But like if you're in a party with this add-on, you can kind of pseudo tell what people, you know, if they're healthy or not. You can't see a health bar, but you can see like an indication. It's pretty cool.
I got you. Holy shit, dude.
Oh my god. All right, fuck that quest.
Holy fuck, let's just... Alright, fuck this. I don't want to die.
That is funny. Okay. I don't want to watch the full reacts to them, actually. I just want to understand how this thing works. 14 minutes video from sorry. We don't have the time for that. Most stressful dungeon I've ever done. Oh my god, that's 53-minute video. He's my guy Sari was back to content farming. Holy fuck. Going on ultra hardcore takes guts. That's a short, let's see.
So we can't see Edwin Van Cleef's health. So normally we would try to like stun him at 51% so the ads don't come out, but we won't. We could guess.
So we have your stun and we have pop stun. So
you won't have my stun. It's not on my bars.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I made a healing bot just so I wouldn't get confused.
Yeah. No.
My god, dude.
Oh, that's good. Right, we just want to get completely locked in on the heals. Okay, ads first.
No way. This is crazy. You wanna Dude, the Zarya react is perfect. This one I get completely locked in on the heals. That is what I expect from my healers, dude. That's fucking right.
I'm on the add on the right. I'm taking a ton of damage. Okay, we're chilling now. Add on the right
Big
first.
heals are coming.
Massive.
Good?
I'm good. I'm feeling really good. That add on the right still needs to die. Okay, nice. Add on the left now. Okay, when do I stun? Call it out, guys. What do you think? When is he 50?
When he yells lapdogs, all of you.
Stun him. Stun him.
Stun him.
I'm burning, I'm burning, I'm burning.
I'm taking a ton of damage.
Oh, it has a yell.
Oh, I think you got him.
Oh shit.
Nova. Nice. Good.
I think he probably yells and summons at the same time.
I'm out of mana, Zaryu.
So we can't see Edwin.
What? It ends with I'm out of mana, Zaryu. Damn, bro, they did this man dirty in the end. Holy fuck. No, that sounds like a lot of fun, dude. Ultra heroic mage, ultra leaf, ultra heroic pops. What is happening here? Or do you have to name your character Ultra or something? At the beginning, wait.
Van Cleave's health. So normally we would try to like stun him at 51% so the ads don't come out, but we won't. We could guess.
So we have your stun and we have pop stun. So
you won't have my stun. It's not on my bars.
oh, okay, never mind.
I made a healing bot just so I wouldn't get confused.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Right,
We just want to get completely locked in on the heals. Okay, ads first. I'm on.
I love that he's not even like laughing while saying that. It's so good. I don't know. This is insane. This is pure entertainment. Holy fuck. We need Zarya as a caster, man. What the fuck? He's such a nice guy. First he was confused and then he just accepted it. He was like, yeah. Oh, damn. My god, bro. Imagine being like a top tier PvPer and then you just hear that. And that's your reaction. That's just perfect. That's a perfect way to end the stream, guys. Alright, I'm gonna look into this ultra hardcore thing. I enjoyed hardcore a lot. You know me, I even was like re-leveling after I died and everything, but yeah. I think WoW Remix, like Legion Remix sounds more entertaining right now, but who knows. I have kick on my bars. Also, when you play hardcore, I don't think you can just play it on the weekend. I think it's something you live and breathe, you know? Like, I would have to play 24/7. It was really fun, though, when I did that. The viewership wasn't that great, but it was really fun. Are they playing the Ultra Armor? Yeah, they are. It would be cool if Blizzard like came up with these kind of like interesting ideas as well, without necessarily creating a new game version, but like just like an add-on, like opting into some difficult mode and then you try it. It could even be just on test servers and get feedback on different modes. That would be fun too. Maybe just allow this to like level 20 or something, you know? And just try out shit, because they can do obviously a lot more than just some random add-on developers. Like when they added self-found. Yeah, I think that was really good. I mean, they can do way more, right? Alright, yeah. Thank you for the stream, guys. And see you tomorrow for the Mythic raid, of course. And probably some other shit we're gonna do. Alright, bye-bye. Tomorrow, probably 1:30, Sholfu. Yeah, almost certainly 1:30, and then we reserve 3 hours again and see if we can kill Fractillus. Rip Toscar, yeah, never forget, dude. Toscar is the guy that's working with private servers, by the way. But I will never give up his address, Blizzard. He's my childhood friend. You're never gonna get him. Run, Toscar, run! Don't let them catch you. Alright, have a good evening, friends. Bye-bye.